Chapter 201. She knew that there was a pair of eyes staring at them from above, but she didn't know whether that pair of eyes was monitoring them or observing them, and now wasn't the time to be thinking about it. The spiritual energy stored in the bracelet was equivalent to the spiritual energy a third-rank Blade Master could unleash in a single attack. Amplified by the bracelet, the spiritual energy released would be equivalent to the attack of a peak 6th-rank Blade Master. Rong Yuashan was the strongest of the three, a peak Blade Master. However, she was injured, and she didn't think that the three of them would be able to retaliate, so she wouldn't use her full strength. If you still don't dare to attack, then don't say that you know me in the capital. Rong Yuashan glanced at the other two timid youths. The two youths in Rong Yuashan's group were both peak 5th-rank Blade Masters, but they valued their lives more than anything else, especially after the series of battles they had gone through. As a result, even though Zhuo Feng and the rest of the party were so weak, they still didn't dare to charge in and kill the beasts. However, it was this cowardice that saved their lives. What two useless things! Rong Yuashan watched as the two of them inched toward Yun Ruoyan's group of four. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood, and she couldn't help cursing them. Young Mistress Rong, don't you think you're a pain in the ass? Those four people are as cunning and fierce as wolves. Who knows if they're just trying to blow me up? One of the youths retorted. That's exactly what I meant, another youth added. Another young man also said, there were 8 of us who followed you, but now there are only 2 of us left. I'm the only son in the 3rd generation of our family. I'm here to learn from Kongming Academy, not to die. The 2 youths clearly didn't want to take the risk. In the morning, they had followed the pale-faced youth to lure the Qin Kingdom party into the beast horde. Then, the 3 of them hid by the side until the battle was over. Although the Qin Kingdom party was almost completely wiped out, they had managed to kill a large number of beasts. The 3 of them had gained quite a bit, and even if they didn't try to steal the high-rank beast cores from Yun Ruoyan's group, they were confident that they would be able to enter Kongming Academy. Therefore, if they could avoid taking risks, the 2 of them were naturally unwilling to do so. Rong Yuashan could see through the thoughts of the 2 youths and could not help but say angrily, the 2 of you are really lowly people with no ambitions. Rong Yuashan. At this time, Yun Ruoyan spoke up. Didn't you want to kill me? Then do it yourself. Why do you have to get someone else to do it? Yes, if you want to go yourself. The 2 youths said almost at the same time. Although Rong Yuashan's leg was hit by an arrow, it wasn't a vital point. Zhuo Feng also didn't have the habit of smearing poison on his arrowheads. As a result, even though she was injured, she was still a formidable presence in front of Yun Ruoyan's group. The only reason she hadn't stepped forward herself was because she was used to giving orders, and if she didn't have to do it herself, she would rather watch. Fine, then this young lady will personally take your dog lives. Yun Ruoyan and the 2 youths taunted Rong Yuashan, and she limped toward Yun Ruoyan's group. She held a steel sword in her hand, ready to chop off the heads of all 4 of them. Zhuo Feng still stood in front of the 3 youths, clearly expressing his stance. If they wanted to harm Yun Ruoyan's group, they would have to chop off his head first. Zhuo Feng, get behind me, Yun Ruoyan whispered to Zhuo Feng. Although Zhuo Feng had been paralyzed by the poison, his back was still straight, and he was unmoved by Yun Ruoyan's words. Yun Ruoyan was a little anxious. Seeing that Rong Yuashan was about to reach her, she continued in a low voice, get behind me, I have a way to deal with her. Brother Zhuo, it doesn't make a difference whether you die sooner or later. Just listen to Sister Ruoyan. Hearing this, Zhuo Feng slowly retreated behind Yun Ruoyan's group. Io, why is your heroism gone now that you're about to die? Rong Yuashan couldn't help but laugh when she saw Zhuo Feng's movements. Yun Ruoyan replied, this is all a grudge between me and the Rong family, and they've merely been dragged into it. You want to plead on their behalf? No way, Rong Yuashan said viciously. Rong Yuashan said fiercely, almost all of my companions died at the hands of the two of you. Both of you must die today. In that case, if you want to kill them, you'll have to kill me first, Yun Ruoyan provoked. But I'm the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun family, and you're just a concubine daughter of the Rong family. If you kill me, even if the Yun family doesn't look for trouble with the Rong family in the open, we definitely won't let you off in secret. At that time, it'll be up to Rong Yuashan to ensure your safety. After all, if one concubine daughter dies, there will be many more. On the Qinyuan continent, wife-born daughters were the head of the concubine daughters. There was only one wife-born daughter, but there were many concubine daughters. As a result, most families valued wife-born daughters. Take Rong Tianling, for example. Even if Rong Yuehong were to die, he would send Rong Yuashan to kill Yun Ruoyan no matter the cost. Yun Ruoyan's words weren't meant to scare Rong Yuashan away, but rather to incite her anger and indignation. Why is a concubine's daughter inferior to a wife-born daughter? Rong Yuehong had always suppressed Rong Yuashan in the Rong family. Whether it was spiritual artifacts or spiritual herbs, Rong Yuehong was the only one who had access to the best resources in the family. Only the concubines like Rong Yuehong had access to them. After I kill you as a concubine, I'll be the wife-born daughter of the Rong family. Don't think I don't know how you've managed to survive in the Yun family. Rong Yuashan was so enraged by Yun Ruoyan's words that she couldn't even feel the pain in her leg. She quickly walked up to Yun Ruoyan, raised her sword high, and made a cutting motion. Rong Yuashan had heard about Yun Ruoyan from Yi Qianying, and she knew that Yun Ruoyan's status in the Yun family had only changed in the past few months. Even as a wife-born daughter, she had always been disliked. Even if I kill you, your father Yunlan might not be sad for you. Rong Yuashan swung her sword at Yun Ruoyan. Ah! Both Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen couldn't help but cry out, closing their eyes at the same time. On the second-to-last floor of the tower, there were two soft couches near the railing. Liamo was lying on one of them, a cup of wine in his hand, filled to the brim. Liamo stared blankly at the wine in his cup, his gaze uncontrollably landing on the empty couch beside him. It was on that couch that Yun Ruoyan had curled up into a small ball. Liamo knew that this was an extremely insecure position. Such a woman, who lacked a sense of security, had more than once nestled in his arms, snuggling and clinging to him. That snuggling and clinging to him had warmed Liamo, who had been lonely and cold for so long. Perhaps only Yun Ruoyan could give him that kind of warmth. The white-robed elder had once said that a man should never worry about not having a wife. There were so many women in the world, but how many women could give you warmth and be able to affect your emotions? Perhaps if you lost this one, you would forever live in a cold world, and your cold heart would never be warmed up again. Li Mo's grip loosened, and the wine cup fell to the ground. He stood up from the couch, turned, and strode toward the door, leaving a gust of cold wind in his wake. Li Mo's footsteps were as swift as the wind, and he quickly reached the top floor. In 2 steps, he was in front of the all-seeing mirror. He was going to forcefully open it. He placed his palms on the all-seeing mirror, and his powerful spirit energy caused his black robe to flutter. The dazzling light of spirit energy was injected into the all-seeing mirror. The all-seeing mirror's eyelids were forced open like a person in deep sleep. Liamo changed his hand seals, clasping 2 fingers together to form a sword and pointing it at his forehead. A spot of divine light leaped from his forehead to his fingertips. Liamo pointed at the all-seeing mirror, and the beam of divine light flew into it. The white-robed elder, who had been resting in the darkened room, suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. He actually forcefully opened the all-seeing mirror. Is that woman so important to him that he doesn't care about the consequences of his actions? At the same time as the white-robed elder, there were 5 other elders who felt the all-seeing mirror being forcefully opened. They were cultivating in 4 different directions on the Kongming mountain peak, and they usually didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the academy. The 6 elders took turns recruiting students, and this time, it was the white-robed elder's turn. However, now that the all-seeing mirror had been forcefully opened, they couldn't stay out of it any longer. Together with the white-robed elder, all 6 of them flew toward the top of the tower. By the time Li Mo's divine light had entered the trial, Rong Yuashan's sword had already struck down. Yun Ruoyan had also raised her bracelet. After being provoked by Yun Ruoyan several times, Rong Yuashan unleashed her full cultivation, and her steel sword struck Yun Ruoyan's bracelet with immense spiritual energy. At the same time, the bracelet unleashed a nearly identical attack. How is this possible? Rong Yuashan exclaimed. How can she still attack? In that case, we'll have to compete in endurance. After using the bracelet's power, Yun Ruoyan was at the end of her tether. If she couldn't kill Rong Yuashan in a single blow, she would be no match for her in endurance alone. However, just as the bracelet was about to run out of energy, Yun Ruoyan suddenly felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy enter her body. This spiritual power was unfamiliar. It did not come from the silver bracelet, nor did it come from her own body. Although Yun Ruoyan was puzzled, she didn't hesitate to grab hold of this surge of spiritual energy and use it as her own. The surge of spiritual energy pierced through Yun Ruoyan's palm and struck Rong Yuashan's chest. Rong Yuashan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell 15 feet away. Chapter 202. First Elder, why are you allowing your disciple to cheat like this? In front of the all-seeing mirror, Li Mo was surrounded by 6 white-robed elders. One of them, a tall, skinny man, asked the first elder beside Li Mo. The other 4 elders also looked toward the first elder, waiting for his response. This girl can't die, the first elder declared coolly. Why? The tall, skinny elder stepped forward. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed, the first elder continued calmly. You! The tall, skinny elder's face turned red, and he was on the verge of exploding. Second elder, please calm down. The chubby 4th elder hurriedly pulled the second elder back and said, since we're all here, let's take a good look at what's so special about this woman that the great elder's esteemed disciple would risk his life to save her. That's right, since we're all here, let's take a look, the other 3 elders agreed. Humph. The second elder snorted. Forcefully activating the all-seeing mirror will result in heavenly punishment. Since the first elder isn't worried, why should I be? The first elder clenched his fists imperceptibly behind his back as he stared unblinkingly at Li Mo's illusory figure. Sun Mo, do you know what you are doing? The great elder silently said in his heart. Yun Ruoyan's palm strike shocked even herself. What should have been a 6th-rank Blade Master's attack had been raised to 8th rank by the sudden surge of spiritual energy in her body. 10 feet away, Rong Yuashan lay lifelessly on the ground, looking as though she wouldn't be able to survive. The 2 youths who were watching from the side were so scared that they turned around and ran into the forest. As they ran, they were glad that they didn't believe Rong Yuashan's words. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be the ones dead. Yun Ruoyan turned around to look at her surroundings, but she didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Although Li Mo's illusory figure was only a few feet away from her, the tips of their noses were almost touching. However, with Yun Ruoyan's current cultivation, she couldn't see Li Mo. Yun Ruoyan's half-white, half-black face appeared in front of Li Mo, leaving him both speechless and amused. This woman seemed to be addicted to disguising herself as ugly. Now, her disguise had reached a new level of ugliness. There was really no saving her. Is everyone okay? She couldn't figure out what the problem was, so she stopped thinking about it. Instead, she turned her attention to the others. We're fine. Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingxue, and Zhui Feng replied simultaneously. I just feel weak all over, Lin Qingxue said. Rong Yueshan must have the antidote on her, Yun Ruoyan began. Wait here, I'll go get it. Yun Ruoyan found the antidote on Rong Yueshan's body and gave it to each of them. After a short period of rest, they slowly recovered their spiritual energy. Liamo stood by the side, silently guarding them until they had recovered. Only then did Liamo leave. Liamo was well aware of the consequences of forcibly opening the all-seeing mirror. As soon as he exited the chamber, he would face heavenly punishment. However, Liamo's heart was calm and cheerful. If protecting a person could make you feel happy, then that person was your treasure. Unknowingly, Yun Ruoyan had become a treasure in Liamo's heart. As soon as Liamo left, something else happened. Look, what's that? Lin Qingxue suddenly pointed to the west, where a scarlet beam of light shot into the sky, followed by the roars of beasts. A spiritual treasure has appeared. Yun Ruoyan, Lin Qingchen, and Zhui Feng exclaimed in unison. When Liamo returned to his position, he found himself surrounded by the 6 elders. However, this was within his expectations, so he didn't panic in the slightest. I'll go to the Hall of Penitence to receive heavenly punishment, Liamo said before any of the 6 elders could speak. Humph! What a brilliant disciple! The second elder was about to say something else, but he was suddenly attracted by the sudden change in the all-seeing mirror. Not only the second elder, but the other 5 elders, including Liamo, were also attracted by the scarlet beam of light. Saint Great Spiritual Treasure, several voices called out at the same time. How long has it been since the imperial territory last produced a spirit-grade spiritual treasure? The first elder's eyes shone as he stared at the beam of light. At least 300 years, the short 5th elder replied. Everyone thought that spirit-grade spiritual treasures had long since disappeared, but there were still many spirit-grade spiritual treasures, as well as spirit-grade beasts, and even spirit-grade cultivators in other realms that were independent of the Qinyuan continent. However, realms that were too powerful were beyond the reach of the world. Even Kongming Academy, which everyone looked up to, could only look up to these terrifying existences. Who would be the lucky one to obtain a spirit-grade spiritual treasure? The elders couldn't help craning their necks to look at the all-seeing mirror. Within the imperial territory, the scarlet beam of light caused the eyes of Yun Ruoyan and the others to light up. For a spirit-grade spiritual treasure to cause such a strong phenomenon, it had to be of an extraordinarily high grade. Such an intense abnormal sign would definitely attract many people to go and fight over it. The 4 of them quickly searched for their weapons and prepared to go. Lin Qingchen's flexible sword was on the pale-faced youth's body, but Lin Qingxue's daggers were nowhere to be seen. She took out the silver darts that Rong Yueshan had hidden at her waist and handed them to Lin Qingxue. Although Lin Qingxue hadn't learned how to use concealed weapons, she had learned archery from Zhui Feng, and her accuracy was still decent. After each of them found their weapons, the 4 of them quickly headed in the direction of the spirit-grade spiritual treasure. The few of them had just left when Rong Yueshan, who was on the yellow sand, moved her fingers almost imperceptibly. The thin and tall second elder unintentionally noticed this slight movement, his eyes involuntarily looking at Rong Yueshan a few more times. Young Master Wang, save me. In a secluded valley, Yun Ruoyao was being chased by quite a few mystic-eyed lions. As she ran from their claws, she called out to Wang Meng, who wasn't too far away, for help. However, all of Wang Meng's attention was focused on a scarlet plant about 200 feet up the cliff. Scarlet Sun, a fire-attuned spiritual herb, was an essential ingredient for refining a Scarlet Sun pill. Scarlet Sun pills could help a pillmaster increase their ability to quickly condense a fire-attuned spiritual flame, and were an excellent choice for pillmasters who weren't particularly talented. Although Scarlet Sun was rare on the Qinyuan continent, it still existed. However, this particular stalk of scarlet sun was glowing brightly, indicating that it had just broken through to saintly rank. It was a treasure that had only recently been born. The intense spiritual energy fluctuations that Wang Meng and Yun Ruoyao had felt earlier were a sign that this stalk of scarlet sun was about to be born. Scarlet sun pills refined from regular scarlet sun were already extremely valuable. If a pill refined from a saintly scarlet sun were to be consumed, wouldn't it mean that one would have an inexhaustible supply of fire-attuned spiritual energy? Just thinking about it made Wang Meng's heart beat wildly. Ah! Yun Ruoyao screamed in pain. She hadn't been able to dodge in time, and one of the lions had scratched her shoulder. Another took advantage of the opportunity to bite down on one of Yun Ruoyao's legs, swinging her around in midair. The pain caused Yun Ruoyao to feel dizzy. Help! Yun Ruoyao looked at Wang Meng pleadingly. When Wang Meng heard her cry, he turned back to look at her coldly, his gaze devoid of any pity. You only have yourself to blame. Wang Meng exclaimed before releasing spiritual energy from his feet and leaping 30 feet into the air. He climbed onto the cliff face of the valley, then leaped toward the scarlet sun once more. As Wang Meng approached the scarlet sun, the surviving students rushed over from all directions. Because Pei Xiao and Yi Qianying were the closest to the valley, they were the first to arrive. Miss Yun was attacked by a magic-eyed lion. As soon as the two of them entered the valley, the first thing they saw was a magic-eyed lion swinging Yun Ruoyao around like a rag doll. Don't go over. Yi Qianying stopped Pei Xiao. Sister Ruoyao's been poisoned with beast-attracting powder. Unless you can kill all of these beast-eyed beasts, no one will be able to save her. Beast-attracting powder. Pei Xiao looked at Yi Qianying strangely. Who poisoned her? Who else? Yi Qianying laughed coldly. Whoever was with Sister Ruoyao was the one who poisoned her. Impossible. Pei Xiao immediately denied it. Young Master Wang likes Miss Yun. As Pei Xiao spoke, he looked at Yi Qianying suspiciously. Are you suspecting me? Yi Qianying asked incredulously. Haven't you used beast-attracting powder before? Pei Xiao countered. Back in the imperial territory, Yi Qianying had used beast-attracting powder to harm Yun Ruoyan, and Yun Ruoyan, but Yi Qianying hadn't expected Pei Xiao to suspect her because of that. Yi Qianying's heart was filled with despair. It seemed that her image in Pei Xiao's eyes was hopeless, and no matter how much effort she put in, it would all be for naught. In that case, she had no choice but to give up. Ha! Yi Qianying laughed mournfully. If you say so. Pei Xiao's expression seemed to indicate that he had expected this. Look, that's a spiritual treasure. At this time, a group of people also entered the cliff valley. One of them pointed at the crimson plant on the cliff, whose red light was gradually fading, and shouted. That's the amaranthan sun. Someone recognized the amaranthan sun. Such a high-grade amaranthan sun, if refined into an amaranthan sun pill, could turn a commoner into a top-notch pill master. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Hurry, someone's going to get there first. Someone shouted. Then, everyone rushed forward and used all the spiritual energy in their bodies to quickly climb up the cliff walls where the crimson sun grass grew. Soon after, more and more people arrived and joined the group. Your good brother's going to get the spiritual treasure. Are you going to watch or help? Yi Qianying reminded Pei Xiao. Without another word, Pei Xiao ran toward the cliff face. Yi Qianying bit her lip, sprinkled a colorless, odorless powder on Pei Xiao's back, and quickly retreated. Roar! Attracted by the new beast-attracting powder, the mystic-eyed lions turned their attention from Yun Ruoyao to Pei Xiao, who had already run into the crowd. They left the dying Yun Ruoyao behind, roaring as they charged into the crowd. Chapter 203. The magical beasts rushed towards Pei Zio. Pei Zio blended into the crowd, and the 6 lions rushed into the crowd. Some of the faster students had already scaled the cliff face, including Pei Zio. Those who weren't fast enough began battling the lions. 20 or so students against 6 lions that had gone berserk from the beast-attracting powder was an intense battle. When Yun Ruoyan's group of 3 arrived, they were greeted by the sight of the beast-attracting powder. No matter how hard we tried, we still fell behind. Lin Qingxue put her hands on her hips, panting. Everyone wants to get their hands on a rare treasure. I'm afraid that everyone who's still alive from the trial is here, Shui Feng commented as he looked at the people climbing up the cliff face. Everyone's gaze landed on the cliff face. They saw a scarlet plant growing high up on the cliff face. The plant itself wasn't very eye-catching, but the scarlet glow it emitted was very eye-catching. Amaranthine sun. A Pillmaster's treasure. Their eyes lit up at the same time. Ah! Lin Qingxue pointed at the cliff face and cried out. That Wang Mang is running at the front. After a series of leaps and bounds, Wang Mang had already reached the Amaranthine sun, and he was just about to claim it. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She rushed toward the cliff face first, and Zhuo Yifeng's group followed closely behind. Other than Yi Qianying, no one else noticed Yun Ruoyao's lifeless body. Yi Qianying's cultivation was low, and she knew that she hadn't participated in the fight for the Amaranthine sun. She walked up to Yun Ruoyao and squatted down. Sister Ruoyao, are you alright? Yun Ruoyao's body was drenched in blood, and Yi Qianying carefully nudged her from a clean spot. Save me, save me. A weak voice came from Yun Ruoyao's mouth. Yi Qianying was very surprised that Yun Ruoyao was still alive despite her severe injuries. Since she wasn't dead, she couldn't act immediately. Yi Qianying helped Yun Ruoyao up. When she saw Yun Ruoyao's face, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The right side of Yun Ruoyao's face was a bloody mess. Clearly, it had been bitten off by the demon-eyed lion. Even her right eyelid had been torn off, revealing her bulging eyeball. It was a frightening sight. Just what kind of enmity did Wang Mang have with Yun Ruoyao that the beast-attracting powder he'd concocted would contain a bewitching powder that prevented the lions from killing Yun Ruoyao directly, instead treating her like a toy and torturing her? Qianying, my face hurts, Yun Ruoyao murmured weakly. Save me, get me out of here. At this point, Yun Ruoyao had lost 8.5% of her life, with only 1.5 remaining. If she were treated with a spiritual pill in time, perhaps she could still be saved. But Yi Qianying smiled coldly and sighed. Sister Ruoyao, I'm afraid you'd be better off dead than in this state. What do you mean? Yun Ruoyao stared straight at Yi Qianying with her eyelid, causing Yi Qianying's hair to stand on end. She averted her gaze and continued, see for yourself. As she spoke, Yi Qianying unsheathed her steel sword and held it vertically in front of Yun Ruoyao, its smooth, mirror-like surface reflecting Yun Ruoyao's ghostly face. Ah! Yun Ruoyao's eyes widened as she stared at her reflection on the sword. The more frightened she was, the scarier her reflection became. One of her eyeballs looked as if it would pop out of its socket at any moment. Yun Ruoyao couldn't take it any longer, and before she could breathe, her head lolled to the ground and she died. Yi Qianying looked at Yun Ruoyao, who had died with her eyes wide open, and took a deep breath. Her eyes were cold and vicious. She quickly removed Yun Ruoyao's storage pouch, then silently retreated and continued to hide. The 7 people in front of the all-seeing glasses looked down at everything that was happening in the training ground. Some of them frowned slightly, feeling a little concerned about the massacre that was happening, while others relaxed their brows and looked peaceful, as if what they were seeing was not a bloody massacre, but an interesting performance. The tall and skinny second elder, who had always kept a straight face, was now smiling. Although there aren't as many students this time around as there were in previous years, all of them are incredibly strong. Those who remain will surely be the cream of the crop. The chubby fourth elder also smiled. That's right, I already have a candidate for my disciple. Just how many lives will we have to sacrifice in order to participate in this foreign war? The short fifth elder sighed. Liamo didn't say a word, only staring at the mirror. Yun Ruoyao's thin but agile figure quickly climbed up the cliff, and Zhui Feng followed closely behind, taking care of those who tried to attack her. The two of them worked very well together, and they quickly overtook many others. However, there were still quite a few people in front of them. Yun Ruoyan immediately spotted Pei Zio, who was being attacked by a few people on her left. Although he was surrounded, he was able to use his superior cultivation to quickly knock two people off the cliff. Yun Ruoyan dug out a small pebble from the cliff and threw it at Pei Zio with all her might. Pei Zio's shoulder was hit, and someone was raising a leg to kick him. Unable to dodge in time, he fell straight down the cliff. As he fell, Pei Zio's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan. He knew that Yun Ruoyan had plotted against him, but he still couldn't understand the question that had been bothering him all this time. Yun Ruoyan, why do you hate me so much? Yun Ruoyan glanced at Pei Zio coolly, thinking that falling from this height would mean certain death. All this time, she hadn't been able to find an opportunity to kill Pei Zio. Now that she had gotten her revenge, Yun Ruoyan found it strange that she didn't feel much pleasure from it. She quickly turned her attention back to the amaranthan sun in front of her. Unexpectedly, however, Pei Zio didn't die. His body fell straight down onto the carcass of a demon-eyed lion. He had been seriously injured, but he had been saved by a hidden I Chiening. It seemed that the two of them hadn't reached the end of their ill-fated relationship. Wang Meng hadn't expected that, despite his speed, someone would still catch up to him. Behind him, a man about the same age as him tried to pull Wang Meng down by his leg, but Wang Meng dodged his attack. The man continued to fight with Wang Meng on the cliff. This gave the people behind him a chance to catch up. On the cliff, more than 20 people were attacking each other as they climbed, and from time to time, someone would fall from the cliff. The ground was also bustling with activity. Of the 6 demon-eyed lions, 3 had died, 1 had escaped, and 1 was half dead. The students who hadn't participated in the fight for the amaranthan sun, including the Lin sisters. Their cultivation wasn't weak, and they were able to reap a bountiful harvest. Look, someone's got the treasure, the 6th elder said. Looks like the treasure belongs to him. The all-seeing mirror showed that Wang Meng had shaken off the man behind him and leaped forward, grabbing the amaranthan sun in his hand. The 6 elders held their breaths, but just as Wang Meng's hand was about to grab the crimson sun and pull it out, a black claw suddenly shot out from the crack in the cliff in front of them and stabbed at Wang Meng's hand. Caught off guard, Wang Meng suffered a direct hit. The web between his thumb and index finger was pierced by the sharp claws, leaving a bloody hole. Wang Meng reacted quickly, retracting his hand just as the claw was about to pierce his right hand again. Enduring the pain, Wang Meng leaped back 20 feet. Wang Meng was filled with regret. How could there only be a few devil-eyed lions guarding such a rare treasure? He had really committed the taboo of greed and recklessness. Treasure isn't so easily obtainable. The man behind Wang Meng laughed loudly. After laughing, the man took out a metal hook from his waist and tossed it toward the amaranthan sun, hoping to snatch the treasure from afar. Of course, the demon-eyed beast hiding in the crack in the cliff didn't give the man the chance to do so, and its sharp claws knocked the hook away. A pitch-black, shiny head poked out from the crack in the mountain wall. It turned out to be a giant centipede. The centipede crawled out of the crack and stood in front of the amaranthan sun, its 2 beady eyes staring at Wang Meng and the man beside him. A steel-plated centipede. Chiuchiu's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind, telling her that the centipede wasn't poisonous, but its body was incredibly tough, and even spiritual weapons couldn't hurt it. After hearing Chiuchiu's words, Yun Ruoyan decided to hide and watch how the two men in front of her fought. Clearly, the two men recognized the centipede, and they didn't seem alarmed. So, shall we work together to kill it? We'll split the Amaranthan sun in half, the man told Wang Mang. Wang Mang looked at the horizon. The sky was already bright, and if he didn't get the Amaranthan sun by noon, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. No matter what, he had to get rid of the centipede first. That's exactly what I was thinking. Wang Mang replied. There was no need for a tacit understanding between experts. As long as both sides didn't hold back and used their full strength, the power would be immense. The two figures simultaneously attacked the centipede. The man had a metal hook in his hand, and Wang Mang had a sharp dagger that glinted with a cold light. Although the centipede's armor was incredibly tough, there was still some soft flesh between the armor, and the two men's hands locked onto that soft flesh. Pft, pft. As the weapons pierced into the flesh, the centipede curled up in pain, clamping down on the weapons in their hands. If they lost their weapons, the two men would have no chance of killing the centipede. As a result, the two men gripped their weapons tightly and didn't let go. The centipede's rapid crawl had dragged the two men several meters away. Here's my chance. Yun Ruoyan's lips curled up as she nimbly dashed forward. In 2 leaps, she was in front of the Amaranthan sun. Without hesitation, she reached out and plucked the glowing Amaranthan sun from its roots. Chapter 204. Yun Ruoyan grabbed the Amaranthan sun and stuffed it into the storage pouch at her waist without hesitation. Well said, unaware of the aureole behind. This young lady is quite interesting, said the short 5th elder with a smile. The 1st elder also smiled and nodded. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Liemo, who was also smiling under his hood. At this moment, Liemo was both happy for Yun Ruoyan and worried for her. Even if she gets her hands on it, it might not be hers, the 2nd elder said coldly. The 2nd patriarch said coldly, there's still some time before noon. It won't be easy for her to take the rare treasure for herself in front of so many people. Although the 2nd elder didn't have any good intentions, his words weren't wrong. This was exactly what Yun Ruoyan was most worried about. She glanced at the sun in the sky. There was still an hour until the appointed time, and she had to protect the Amaranthan sun within that time. The scene of Yun Ruoyan plucking the Amaranthan sun was seen by almost everyone, including Wang Mang and the youth whose cultivation was no lower than his. Everyone stopped fighting and turned their greedy gazes to the storage pouch at Yun Ruoyan's waist. Yun Ruoyan clung to the cliff wall, her gaze vigilantly scanning her surroundings. She had no intention of taking out the treasure that was already in her hands. The treasure's in her hands. Go get it. Someone shouted, and the dozen or so students on the cliff all rushed toward Yun Ruoyan with the same goal in mind. Zhuifeng stood guard behind Yun Ruoyan, his feet hooked onto the cliff wall, his bow drawn, and his arrows forced the dozen or so students behind him to stay put. Wang Mang glanced at the youth who was restraining the centipede, and the youth turned back to look at Wang Mang. The two of them communicated silently, and at the same time, they unleashed their cultivation to the maximum. At 7th rank blade masters, they could release spiritual energy from their bodies to attack, but it was more taxing to do so, so they usually reserved it for the most critical moment. But at this moment, the two of them had simultaneously used this technique, and spiritual energy flowed through their weapons and into the centipede's soft flesh. After a violent shudder and writhing, the centipede's 6-foot-long body finally fell off the cliff. These two youngsters aren't bad either. The chubby 4th elder narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he was very fond of Wang Meng and that youth. Just as he was about to say that his disciple would be chosen between the two of them, the silent third elder opened his mouth. Sorry, I've reserved the thinner one. What do you mean? What do you mean by reserve? The fourth elder looked at the third elder with dissatisfaction. That is the alchemy genius of the Yu Kingdom. His name is Wang Meng. The third elder said, many years ago, I sent someone to the Wang family for a special recruitment, but the head of the Wang family didn't want his youngest son to leave home, so I didn't force him. I don't know why he took the initiative to participate in the trial this year, so I made an exception and agreed. I am in charge of the medicine refinement hall, so this child is naturally my student. Who said that students with talent in alchemy must join the medicine refinement hall? The third elder was unconvinced. Don't worry, fourth elder. That young man is not bad either. The sixth elder chuckled. That's the heir of the Qin Kingdom's Xiao family, Zhao Chang. His cultivation isn't any weaker than the Wang family's. Although Zhao Chang's cultivation wasn't any weaker than Wang Meng's, his talent for pill making was inferior. Over the years, the third elder had accepted all of the talented students into the medicine refinement hall, making it so that when the medicine refinement hall required the third elder's approval, the fourth elder was quite dissatisfied. This time, he was determined to fight for it. After Wang Meng and Zhao Chang dealt with the centipede, they turned their attention to Yun Ruoyan. Miss Yun, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over the amaranthine sun. Wang Meng decided to be polite before resorting to force, considering Yun Ruoyan's relationship with Liamo, young Master Wang. Since the amaranthine sun is in my hands, I can't possibly hand it over. If you want it, come and fight for it, Yun Ruoyan replied. Cut the crap. It's yours to whoever gets it first. Zhao Chang leaped toward Yun Ruoyan. Not far from Yun Ruoyan, Zhao Chang climbed up the stone wall and twirled the chain and hook in his hands into a circular shadow. Motes of white spiritual energy floated above the shadow. Not only were the Qin Kingdom's people forthright, but they were also vicious in their attacks. Zhao Chang intended to finish off Yun Ruoyan in one fell swoop. The iron claw whistled through the air toward Yun Ruoyan. Even if she were at the same cultivation as me, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. However, Yun Ruoyan had long since prepared for this. Her peak 7th rank cultivation was instantly boosted to the peak of 8th rank through the bracelet's dimensional pocket dimension. She infused her mystical steel dagger with spiritual energy, and under everyone's shocked gazes, she hooked onto the iron claw. Zhao Chang felt an abnormally strong wave of spiritual energy rush toward him from Yun Ruoyan's dagger to the iron hook. Caught off guard, Zhao Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Meng's original plan was to wait for Zhao Chang to finish off Yun Ruoyan before dealing with Zhao Chang himself. That way, he would be able to obtain the treasure without offending Liamo, but Yun Ruoyan's strength far exceeded his expectations. Knowing that he couldn't hold back any longer, Wang Meng thrust his dagger toward Yun Ruoyan. Ruoyan, be careful. Zhuai Feng shouted when he saw this scene. Liamo, standing in front of the all-seeing mirror, clenched his fists tightly. He had never been so nervous before. If the Feilai blade could still be used, Wang Meng would have been decapitated by now. However, the blade had been sealed. In such a dangerous situation, even with the silver bracelet's amplification, Yun Ruoyan would have found it difficult to dodge. Facing Wang Meng's attack, however, Yun Ruoyan's expression was one of panic. Don't kill me. I'll hand over the treasure. Hearing Yun Ruoyan's words, Wang Meng's attack froze in midair. Then, with a spin, he reattached himself to the stone wall. I'll hand over the treasure. As Yun Ruoyan spoke, she looked up at the sun in the sky. Time flew by, and the allotted time was almost up. Zhao Chang retracted his claws and called out to Yun Ruoyan, "Give it to me. What are you waiting for?" Yun Ruoyan took off her waist pouch and threw it to Wang Meng without hesitation, and Zhao Chang followed closely behind. The two of them began to fight over the pouch, and just as they were about to fight over it, the allotted time finally arrived. Suddenly, a white light shone down from the sky, enveloping the entire trial. Everyone around Yun Ruoyan disappeared one by one, and then she, too, disappeared. When Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes, she found herself standing in the middle of a large hall, surrounded by 20 to 30 students. "The trial's over. We're back. This is great. I'm still alive. I'm actually still alive." The students who had just escaped from death were laughing and crying at the same time. For a moment, they were so happy that they'd left the imperial territory that they'd forgotten about entering Kongming Academy. Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingxue, and Zhui Feng were standing not far behind her. When they saw Yun Ruoyan, they quickly gathered around her. Yun Ruoyan's gaze was fixed on the two people in front of her, Wang Meng and Zhao Chang. At that moment, the two of them were still fighting over the storage pouch. Both of them had one hand on each side of the storage pouch, while Zhao Ming's iron claws were entangled by Wang Meng's dagger. "Silence, everyone." Just then, an elderly man's voice rang out, loud and clear, drowning out all the noise in the hall. Everyone's gaze turned towards the front of the hall at the same time. There were 6 chairs placed side by side on the high platform in front of them, and 6 white-robed old men were sitting on them. Standing in front of the 6 white-robed elders was the one who had shouted earlier, Tsang Song, the host of the trial. Seated on either side of Tsang Song were 2 rows of men about the same age as Tsang Song, all of whom Yun Ruoyan had seen that night when she had been summoned for questioning. They were likely Tsang Song's teachers. Behind them stood Shui Yun, Mo Yun, and the rest of the Kongming disciples. "The trial has ended without a hitch, all of you," Tsang Song began. "Now, allow me to announce the results of the trial." Tsang Song looked at the students standing in the hall and continued, "A total of 113 students entered the trial. 65 survived, 30 died, and 38 were severely injured or disabled. Only 35 students will be able to participate in the ranking draw." Tsang Song's words shocked all the students in the hall. Many of them were geniuses from large families, but none of them had known that the trial would be so dangerous, or that the number of casualties would be so high. Even Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but be bewildered. With so many noble scions dead, did Kongming Academy really not care about the feelings of the 4 kingdoms' nobles? Yun Ruoyan turned to the 6 white-robed elders behind Tsang Song, guessing that they were the ones Liamo had mentioned. Liamo had revealed a few things about Kongming Academy, but there were many things he couldn't reveal in detail, and Yun Ruoyan naturally wouldn't press him. However, Liamo had mentioned these old men many times, and they were likely the most powerful figures in Kongming Academy. "Tsang Song, let's begin," the white-robed elder in the middle said. "Yes, First Elder." Tsang Song turned and bowed, then turned to the students. "Take out your spoils from the imperial territory, and we'll take in the top 20 students based on the number of spoils." Shui Yun, Mo Yun. Tsang Song gestured to Shui Yun and Mo Yun. The two of them slightly bowed and walked out from the crowd of disciples towards the students in the hall. The other students also took off their purses and began to count their spoils. "Then what about the 2 of us?" At this moment, Zhao Ming shouted in a loud voice, "Does this crimson sun belong to him or me? I got it first, so of course it's mine." Wang Meng replied. The 2 of them were still clutching their purses tightly, as if they weren't going to give in to the other. Tsang Song turned his head to look at the 6 elders. After a short discussion, the first elder passed on the results of the discussion. Tsang Song loudly announced, "The 2 of you will have a duel here, and the winner will take the treasure. There's no need for a duel. Yun Ruoyan suddenly called out. This amaranthine sun is in my hands. Yun Ruoyan raised the scarlet plant in her hand. Chapter 205. How could that be? Wang Meng was dumbfounded. I clearly saw you put the amaranthine sun in your storage pouch. Wang Meng thought that his eyesight was quite sharp. Yun Ruoyan had clearly placed the amaranthine sun in her storage pouch, then taken it out empty-handed. How could Yun Ruoyan hand the amaranthine sun over to someone else? Yun Ruoyan placed the amaranthine sun in her storage pouch, then stored it in her pocket dimension. As long as no one could discover the secret of the pocket dimension, they wouldn't be able to see through her disguise. Qiuqiu reassured Yun Ruoyan by saying that no one present would be able to see through the secret of the pocket dimension. Back then, Li Mo had only discovered the pocket dimension by following Qiuqiu's aura, not by discovering the pocket dimension first. Furthermore, Li Mo's understanding of the pocket dimension was limited to the fact that it had sealed Qiuqiu within it. As for its other functions, he had no idea. That's just a smokescreen. As Yun Ruoyan spoke, she took out a red herb that looked very similar to the amaranthine sun. Coincidentally, I had a few stalks of this exact same herb on me, so I only put this one in my storage pouch. The real amaranthine sun has always been on me, Yun Ruoyan explained calmly. Impossible. Zhao Chang's face was also full of disbelief. He had seen Yun Ruoyan put the amaranthine sun into her storage pouch with his own eyes. This is just a normal herb, but the one you put in your storage pouch was clearly glowing red. Is that what you're saying? Yun Ruoyan turned to Zhao Chang, at the same time raising the red herb in her hand high above her head. Then, Yun Ruoyan circulated her spiritual energy, infusing it into the herb in her hand. A white spiritual energy began to emit from the red herb, turning it into a red glow. I only used a little spiritual energy to create a smokescreen. Yun Ruoyan smiled as she looked at Wang Meng and Zhao Chang. What makes you think that I'd so easily hand over a treasure that's already in my possession? Even someone as shrewd as Wang Meng couldn't help but blush. How could he have been fooled by such an unassuming little girl? Wang Meng was filled with anger, but he could not vent it. Anger rose in Zhao Chang's heart. This little girl, who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, not only had a high cultivation, but she was also very sinister and cunning. It seemed that he had to be careful of her in the future. Ha ha ha, interesting. A loud laughter was suddenly emitted from the mouth of one of the 6 elders. This little girl is a little interesting, I like her. The one who let out this laugh was the youngest 6th elder. When she said that the 6th elder was young, it wasn't because of his ranking, but rather because of his appearance. Of the other 5 elders, 2 had white hair, and 2 had grizzled hair. Only the 6th elder had a full head of black hair. The first elder also smiled and nodded at Sang Song. Sang Song received the signal and continued to announce, since that's the case, there's no need for the 2 of you to compete. Shui Yun and Mo Yun, continue. Everyone took out the items they had obtained from their respective storage bags and placed them in front of them. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen had gained quite a bit at the bottom of the valley, but when divided equally among the 4 of them, it wasn't much. In the past 3 days, the 4 of them had only hunted a single 8-legged evil spirit on the first day, and they hadn't hunted anything else the rest of the time. Compared to the students who had been hunting and searching for early spirit grass, their harvest was naturally less, but it wasn't the least. I don't need my share. This is enough for me. Yun Ruoyan held out the amaranthine sun in her hand. Apart from quantity, there was also a competition of quality. None of the items present combined was as valuable as the amaranthine sun in Yun Ruoyan's hand, so she was quite confident. Of all the students present, Zhao Chang and his team had gained the most. Including himself, his team only had 4 members, but they had gained more than the other teams of 8. Although all 4 of them would be able to enter Kongming Academy, Xiao Chang was a little worried under the envious gazes of the others. "Little Su, please don't let anything happen to you," Xiao Chang muttered. "Miss will be fine," the youth by Xiao Chang's side comforted. "Miss must have been injured." Shui Yun and Mo Yun counted the scores of every student present. An hour later, they were done. Shui Yun handed the results to Tsang Song, who then passed them to the first elder, who would announce the final result. Out of the 20 candidates, Yun Ruoyan's lone blade of Amaranthan Sun was at the top of the list. Following her was Xiao Chang, then Wang Meng, and finally, the first elder announced a name that surprised Yun Ruoyan. Pei Zio. Puzzled, Yun Ruoyan looked around the crowd and saw Pei Zio's figure in a corner. His face was pale and bloodless, and he was being supported by Yi Qianying. How could he be so lucky? Yun Ruoyan frowned. She hadn't been all that excited when Pei Zio had died, but now that he was still alive, she felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a mouthful of sand. Pei Zio also noticed Yun Ruoyan's furtive gaze, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his chest. Pei Zio's eyes were closed, as if he would faint at any moment. Yi Qianying gently reminded him, "Brother Zio, hold on a little longer. If you collapse now, you'll be treated as a severely injured person and sent elsewhere, and you might even be stripped of your right to enter the academy." Pei Zio nodded and swallowed the blood in his mouth. Behind Pei Zio was Yi Qianying, followed by a few others that Yun Ruoyan didn't recognize. Just as Yun Ruoyan's group was beginning to grow serious, the Lin sisters and Zhuo Feng's names were finally announced. Wonderful, they'd all been accepted. Yun Ruoyan let out a long sigh of relief, and the Lin sisters grabbed her hands excitedly. "I wasn't accepted, damn it. So many of our members died, and not a single one of them was accepted. How are we going to explain this to the families of our fallen comrades?" Some of those who hadn't been accepted began to beat their chests and stomp their feet, while others began to sob quietly. "Those whose names have been announced, stay behind. The rest of you, leave the Great Hall." Tsang Song's powerful voice once more reverberated throughout the Great Hall. "Those who haven't been accepted, don't be discouraged. You can remain at Kongming Academy as an honorary disciple, and you can enter the trial again in 3 years. Under the guidance of a few Kongming disciples, the dozen or so students whose names had not been announced were brought out of the Great Hall. Tsang Song then said a few words of praise to the remaining students. Most of them had performed well, and the elders were very satisfied. Afterwards, he had Shui Yun and Mo Yun bring the remaining students to receive treatment and rest. They would wait until the next day for the apprenticeship ceremony to begin. On the way, Yun Ruoyan learned from Shui Yun that Kongming Academy had 3 halls and 5 courtyards, the Imperial Sword Hall, Pillmaking Hall, and Forging Hall. The 5 courtyards were the Eastern, Southern, Western, Northern, and Central courtyards. Each of the 5 courtyards was managed by 5 elders, but the elders were usually busy with their cultivation and rarely took care of the affairs of the courtyards. As a result, the 5 courtyards were managed by the eldest disciples of the elders. These disciples were the ones who sat to the left and right of the 6 elders, and they were also the instructors of the respective academies. New students would generally enter the 5 courtyards for a period of time, and once they reached the 7th rank, they would be able to enter the 3 halls based on their talent. They were taught by the instructors in the 5 academies, and when they were divided into 3 halls, the 6 elders would choose their disciples from the most talented students. Once they became an elder's disciple, their status would be so high that even the emperors of the 4 kingdoms would have to treat them with respect. Yun Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She had never forgotten that the Yun and Lin families had been punished by the emperor. If she could obtain a status that even the emperor had to treat with respect, wouldn't she be able to protect the Yun and Lin families no matter how others tried to harm them? Shui Yun brought Yun Ruoyan and the 7 or 8 other girls to an unfamiliar courtyard. This courtyard was much more spacious and elegant than the one they had been in before. There was even a pond and a garden, and each person had their own room. The room had everything one could wish for, and what delighted Yun Ruoyan the most was that there was even a separate room for washing up. The conditions here were far better than the ones they had been in before. This is where the official students of Kongming Academy live. The previous courtyard was for the in-name students, Shui Yun explained. Every room has been prepared with medicine and clean clothes, and there will still be someone who will bring you food at night. Everyone can rest here until noon tomorrow, and after lunch, I'll come to the Great Hall to carry out the selection ceremony. Shui Yun left. When the 7 or 8 exhausted girls saw Shui Yun leave, they cheered excitedly and ran to the rooms they had chosen. There were less than 10 girls, but there were more than a dozen rooms. All the girls were dazzled by the choices and ran from room to room. After all, this was going to be their residence for a long time, and they had to choose the most satisfying room. Yun Ruoyan walked casually, looking around the courtyard without entering any of the rooms. Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue followed behind her. Sister Ruoyan, why aren't you choosing a room? Lin Qingxue asked excitedly. Lin Qingchen was patient, but Lin Qingxue was a little anxious. All the good rooms were about to be taken. There's so many rooms, and I'm fine with any of them, Yun Ruoyan replied. Go ahead and pick one you like. All right. Lin Qingxue cheered as she joined in, but Lin Qingchen continued to follow behind Yun Ruoyan. Qingchen, why aren't you choosing a room? Yun Ruoyan asked. I don't need to. I'll stay in the room next to Sister Ruoyan's, Lin Qingchen replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 206. Yun Ruoyan smiled at Lin Qingchen's words. Unlike Lin Qingxue, Lin Qingchen's bamboo garden was built in the secluded bamboo forest of the Lin family estate. Being Lin Qingchen's neighbor was a quiet and peaceful affair. The two sisters walked around the entire courtyard, but Yun Ruoyan didn't seem to be satisfied with any of the rooms. She turned around and walked south. This courtyard was built near a cliff on Kongming Peak, and the southern end of the path was a cliff. However, about 40 to 50 feet from the cliff, a single house stood silently, as if awaiting its owner's arrival. That's the one. Yun Ruoyan pointed at the isolated house. Lin Qingchen frowned, because she didn't see any other houses around that house. It would be difficult for her to become Yun Ruoyan's neighbor. Come, let's take a look. Yun Ruoyan seemed to like this house very much, despite its unique location. She pulled Lin Qingchen into the house. The house wasn't large, and it didn't have a separate living room. The furnishings were simple, a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a few cabinets filled with medicine, books, and clothes. There was also a side room with a large bathtub. Yun Ruoyan had been worried that this would be an abandoned house, and that she would have to spend a lot of time cleaning it up. Now, however, she could finally relax. There were 2 windows in the room, one facing the west and the other facing the south. Yun Ruoyan opened the window on the south wall and looked out at the sea of clouds and the golden sunset. It was so beautiful that it seemed otherworldly. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but be mesmerized by the beautiful scenery on the wall. When Lin Qingchen saw Yun Ruoyan's expression, she knew that her sister was definitely going to live in this house. She was a little discouraged, but she still couldn't help but say, "It's a nice house, and the scenery is great, but there's no shelter here. Sister Ruoyan, why don't you reconsider?" "No need." Yun Ruoyan shook her head. "This is the one. Liamo, you told me to choose a place closer to the south. This should be the place you were referring to, right? Sister Ruoyan, look." Just then, Lin Qingchen suddenly called out happily. Yun Ruoyan turned to look at her, only to see that she had opened the western window at some point. Lin Qingchen was happily pointing out the window and calling out to her. Yun Ruoyan followed her finger and looked out the window. A verdant bamboo forest was hidden behind two odd-looking rocks. If not for the angle of the window, she wouldn't have been able to see it. There's bamboo here. Yun Ruoyan was pleasantly surprised. Let's go take a look. The two sisters walked out of the house hand in hand and walked towards the two strange rocks that were as tall as two people. There was a gap between the two strange stones, enough for two people to enter side by side. They walked in together. There's also a house there. That's great. Even Lin Qingchen, who had always kept her emotions to herself, let out a cry of joy. I'll be living here from now on. This will be my new bamboo garden. After helping Lin Qingchen make the necessary arrangements, the two sisters went to look for Lin Qingxue. The house that Lin Qingxue had chosen was next to a garden. It wasn't particularly crowded, but it had a few neighbors. Compared to Lin Qingchen and Yun Ruoyan, Lin Qingxue's personality was much more cheerful. However, after spending so much time with her two sisters, she had unknowingly been influenced by their cool and aloof personalities. She didn't like too much noise, but she couldn't stand too much silence. As a result, the house that she had chosen wasn't too bad. After Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen toured Lin Qingxue's room, they brought Lin Qingxue to their house. The three sisters had only taken a few steps south when a figure appeared in front of them. Yi Qianying, why are you here? What do you want? Lin Qingxue asked curiously. Yi Qianying's appearance was somewhat unexpected. She was the Crown Prince's concubine, and the Crown Prince's only privilege at Kongming Academy was to have his own private residence. Yi Qianying had been brought there by the Crown Prince's servants. But now, why did it suddenly appear here and block their path? What was the meaning of this? My cultivation can't compare to any of you, Yi Qianying laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm only here to ask you a question. What question? Yun Ruoyan asked. Yi Qianying brushed away a strand of hair by her ear. Were you the ones who killed Rong Yueshan? Are you talking about the concubine daughter of the Yun family? Lin Qingxue blurted out. Yes, we did. What about it? Nothing. Yi Qianying's lips curled up in a cold smile. Yun Ruoyan, you've killed two of the Rong family's daughters, and the Rong family won't let you off. Just wait for your death, ahaha. Yi Qianying laughed coldly as she turned and walked away. You. Lin Qingxue wanted to chase after her, but Yun Ruoyan pulled her back. You're just a mad dog. Unperturbed by Yi Qianying's appearance, the three of them continued south. Yi Qianying walked around a boulder, her expression turning respectful as she bowed to a middle-aged man standing in front of her. Master Rong, you heard our conversation just now, didn't you? Master Rong's slender figure was wrapped in a white robe, making his dark face appear even darker. Yes, I did. So what? Master Rong narrowed his eyes, his face expressionless. Master Rong was the third son of the Rong family, and the younger brother of the Empress and the head of the Rong family. He had entered Kongming Academy in his youth, so he didn't spend much time in the secular world. He was currently an instructor at one of the 5 colleges, and Rong Yueshan had brought a letter from Rong Tianling to him when they had first arrived at Kongming Peak. At the time, Yi Qianying had followed Rong Yueshan to find out about their relationship. In the letter, Rong Tianling had asked Master Rong to help Rong Yueshan kill Yun Ruoyan. Although Master Rong had rejected the request, he hadn't stopped it. As a result, Yi Qianying felt that she could use Rong Yueshan's death to incite his hatred for Yun Ruoyan. However, Yi Qianying could not tell what was on Rong Laosan's mind when she looked at his dark expression. Hence, she tried to provoke him in a roundabout way. I didn't mean anything by it. I just felt that Yuashan's death was a pity, and so was Miss Rong. They were both outstanding people, talents that the Rong family had painstakingly cultivated, but now they've both died at Yun Ruoyan's hands. Under Master Rong's gaze, Yi Qianying began to stammer. I understand. You may leave now, Master Rong said coldly. Yes, Qianying. Yi Qianying bowed once more before turning to leave. Master Rong called out to her once more. Yi Qianying stopped, and Master Rong's voice rang out from behind her. Tomorrow, I'll pick you for the school allocation. Yun Ruoyan. Master Rong spat out these 3 words in a cold voice, then turned to leave. Yi Qianying's eyes flashed with cold joy. My dear sisters, what kind of place did you choose to live in? It's so far out in the middle of nowhere. This was Lin Qingshue's evaluation of Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen's new drama, and then she listed a long list of reasons why Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen could live here. The cold of winter and the hot of summer were the first to bear the brunt of it. Apart from that, there was also the fact that dinner was prepared in the courtyard, and the bath water had to be prepared from the kitchen herself. Living so far away, the dishes would already be cold after a round trip, let alone the food and bath water. Just as Lin Qingxue was rambling on, a gray-robed youth knocked on the door with a box of food. These are your meals. The young man handed over 2 boxes of food in his left and right hands. Lin Qingxue beamed at the sight of the lunchbox. She took it from the youth's hands and asked, Is this for me? It's for the owner of this room and the one in the bamboo forest. Are you? No, Lin Qingxue replied honestly. Oh, then it's not. There are 20 boxes in total. The rest are on the stone table in the front yard, and you'll have to go and get them yourself. Only these 2 boxes are delivered to your door. What? Lin Qingxue's eyes widened. If I'd known, I would have chosen to live here as well. Seeing that Lin Qingxue was interested, the youth began to talk more. We've never had this kind of treatment before, and these 2 rooms were newly built this year. I didn't think anyone would be willing to live here, but it turns out that there really are. The 2 of them chatted happily, and they even exchanged names. The youth was Mo Yuan, Mo National and an in-name disciple of this place. Only after the youth left did Lin Qingxue turn back to Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen, only to find that the 2 of them had already laid out the table and were enjoying their meal. Hey! Why didn't you wait for me? What kind of sisters are you? Lin Qingchen didn't even raise her head as she drank a bowl of delicious soup. Yun Ruoyan raised her head from a large chicken leg. Why aren't you going back to your own meal? It's going to be cold soon. Lin Qingxue grumbled as she left. Lin Qingchen and Yun Ruoyan looked at each other, smiled, and continued eating. They hadn't had a proper meal in the last few days, and they were truly famished. After the meal, someone arrived with a small carriage to deliver a bath, and Lin Qingchen hurried back to her bamboo garden to prepare for the bath. It's so comfortable. Yun Ruoyan soaked in the large bathtub in the side room, her exhaustion slowly dissipating. The side room was also on the south side, and there was a window on the wall. The bright moon above the sea of clouds was like a luminous pearl, beautiful and adorable. If only I could have such a large luminous pearl in my courtyard, I'd be able to save a lot of money on incense every year, Yun Ruoyan exclaimed as she admired the moon. That's not an easy wish to fulfill. A low, melodious, and incomparably familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the window. Liamo, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but stand up and look out the window, but she suddenly felt a chill on her body. Only then did she remember that she was naked, and she hurriedly sat back down in the bathtub. A cheerful voice came from outside the window. Along with the laughter, a dark figure landed on the windowsill like a dark veil. Yen, it's only been a few days since we last met, and I've missed you so much. Li Mo's jade-white face shone in the moonlight, making one feel a little cold. However, the faint smile at the corner of his mouth brought with it a faint warmth that made one want to approach him. He's like jade, so cold and warm, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 207. Li Mo looked at Yun Ruoyan. Her slender neck, sculpted shoulders, and exquisite collarbone were all exposed to the air. Under the mist and moonlight, it was a hazy beauty. Li Mo's lips curled up, and his smile deepened. Just then, Yun Ruoyan unintentionally turned her right cheek to the side, revealing the crooked scar in front of Li Mo's eyes. Li Mo's smile stiffened. He couldn't stand the fake birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face any more and more. Li Mo didn't object to Yun Ruoyan concealing herself in front of others, but the fact that she had to do so in front of him made him very unhappy. Yen, did you know that I was coming? Li Mo asked. The fake scar on Yun Ruoyan's face was clearly freshly made. In the dead of night, the only person she had to be on guard against was him. Yes, I did. Yun Ruoyan smiled as she leaned lazily against the edge of the tub. How did you know? Li Mo raised an eyebrow. Yun Ruoyan's relaxed posture made it seem as if she wasn't on guard against him, and Li Mo's stiff smile deepened. I guessed, Yun Ruoyan replied. Guessed? Yes, I guessed. Yun Ruoyan turned to Li Mo, thank you for preparing these for me. Yun Ruoyan wasn't stupid, nor was she cold-blooded. She had always felt Li Mo's kindness toward her, but her experiences in her past life had made her wary of trusting others. Now, however, she was willing to trust him once more. Yen, are you just going to thank me with words? Don't you have any actions at all? This was the first time Li Mo had heard the word, thank you, come out of Yun Ruoyan's mouth, and he couldn't help but want to tease her. Then how do you want me to thank you? Yun Ruoyan didn't expect Li Mo to make such a request. As soon as she spoke, Li Mo appeared in front of her, his hands on the edge of the tub. His fair, jade-like face was only inches away from hers, and they could smell each other's breath. Li Mo, you. Although this wasn't the first time they had been so intimate, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but blush. A cool kiss landed on Yun Ruoyan's lips. It was a familiar taste, and Yun Ruoyan didn't shy away from it. But this time, she didn't close her eyes. Their gazes met, and Yun Ruoyan could see Li Mo's gaze flicker, like a star that had fallen into the ocean. It was a very light kiss, and Li Mo released Yun Ruoyan after a few moments. You're still young, and I promise to wait until you're of age. Li Mo smiled at her blushing face. Ruoyan, Li Mo smiled. Li Mo's hand caressed the right side of Yun Ruoyan's face, and in a flash, he was already outside the window. Can you stay a little longer? Yun Ruoyan hurriedly called out. Can you stay a little longer? This place, this moonlight, reminded her of the night she had spent with Li Mo in Kongming Academy's tower. Ruo, Yun, Li, for Mo, I'm not familiar with Kongming Academy, and I have many questions I'd like to ask you. What's the situation with the new college tomorrow? You have a treasure on you, and you'll definitely be a target for all 5 colleges. As I told you before, choose the southern side, Li Mo replied. I'll fill you in on the specifics in the future. I still have some matters to attend to today, so rest well. If you need anything, you can look for Shueiyue. Yun Ruoyan wasn't surprised to hear Li Mo mention Shueiyue. When Shueiyue had allowed her to bring the beast core with her, she had guessed that she was one of Li Mo's people. All right, Yun Ruoyan replied softly. Tonight, Li Mo enjoyed Yun Ruoyan's obedience very much. Even a little wild cat could be tamed, and Li Mo almost couldn't bear to leave. How satisfying would it be to hug Yun Ruoyan and talk to her for an entire night? However, Li Mo looked at the dark clouds in front of him. There were still things he had to deal with. There'll be wind, rain, and lightning tonight. Close the windows, Li Mo instructed before disappearing into the moonlight. Yun Ruoyan stared at the small white jade bottle and the white porcelain bottle that Li Mo had left on the windowsill, lost in thought. After her bath, Yun Ruoyan used a dry towel to dry her hair and face. Suddenly, she felt that something was amiss. She hurriedly walked to the mirror. The right side of her face was smooth, and her birthmark had disappeared. The memory of Li Mo's hand caressing her right cheek suddenly became clear. In the end, he still found out. Yun Ruoyan sat in front of the mirror. Perhaps Li Mo found out long ago, and he's been watching me put on an act. In order to hide it from Li Mo, she had covered her face so much that she was about to get rashes. Yun Ruoyan stood up from her stool. Damn you, Li Mo. I'll get even with you the next time we meet. A gust of wind suddenly blew in from the horizon. Yun Ruoyan suppressed her anger and shut all the windows and doors properly. Then, she heard the sound of thunder and lightning. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, and the electric tongue accurately struck the ink-black figure bound by the iron chains in the middle of the high platform. Not only did the powerful lightning bite into the flesh, but it also directly attacked the person's internal organs. However, the figure only trembled slightly. As expected of the first elder's disciple, he's quite stubborn. The tall and thin second elder and the equally tall and thin Rong Tianjing stood on the dais, looking down at Li Mo. Master, this lightning punishment is the heaviest of all heavenly punishments. Most people would be severely injured after suffering it 10 times, the second elder continued. This brat dared to open his third eye after sunset, all for the sake of a woman. 10 lightning punishments would be too good for him, the second elder continued. In my opinion, he should be expelled from Kongming Academy, but the first senior has always been so protective of him. If I can't expel him, and if I can't even give him a little pain, what use is there for me, the second elder, to be in charge of punishments? Continue the punishment. Yes, master. Rong Tianjing raised his sword and pointed it at the sky, his other hand forming a sword seal as he muttered an incantation. Amidst the swirling dark clouds in the sky, lightning crackled incessantly. Then, 2 bolts of lightning struck down at the same time. Crack, crack. Li Mo sat cross-legged in the middle of the lightning formation. According to the rules, he wasn't allowed to use spiritual energy to resist the heavenly punishments, so he could only rely on his physical body. After 5 bolts, Li Mo still didn't make a sound, but a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. After 7 bolts, blood trickled down the corner of Li Mo's mouth. Master, if you severely injure him, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to the first elder, Rong Tianjing said. Humph. Are you afraid? The second elder glanced at Master Rong. This disciple of his could be considered to be of noble birth, and his cultivation was rather high as well. It was just that he was too timid, and he was outshone by the first elder's disciple. It's not that I'm afraid, I'm just afraid that I'll make things difficult for you, master. Rong Tianjing put on a show of filial piety. As your master, there's nothing difficult about enforcing the law. The second elder waved his sleeves. Give him a full 12 bolts of lightning, and I'll teach him a good lesson, humph. Rong Tianjing nodded and turned away. The fear and respect on his face had vanished, replaced by an icy chill. The second elder had originally intended to give Li Mo 10 bolts of lightning, but with Rong Tianjing's provocation, the 10 bolts became 12, each one more ferocious than the one before it. Little senior brother, you're going to have a hard time this time, ha. Rong Tianjing smiled coldly. The next day, Yun Ruoyan woke up at the first glimmer of dawn. She opened the window and looked outside. After a night of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the sea of clouds was churning, and the sky was a clear blue. Yun Ruoyan stretched lazily and took in a deep breath of the cool air. Her mood was relaxed. Her anger at Liemo from last night had also dissipated. After all, she was the one who had lied to him first, and it was understandable that Liemo had pretended not to see through her disguise. If she had to blame it on Liemo, then so be it. In any case, she had decided to trust him. A new atmosphere, a new beginning. Yun Ruoyan shouted toward the sea of clouds, then began her morning cultivation. On the second floor of the tower, the first elder was treating Liemo's injuries. 12 bolts of lightning, the second elder sure didn't go easy on him this time. The first elder crushed a spiritual pill and sprinkled it on Liemo's back. Liemo's jade-white back was now covered in charred scars. How dare you hurt my people like this? I'll pay you back sooner or later. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Liemo's mouth. If not for the fact that he had some unfinished business to attend to, Liemo could have easily endured the heavenly punishment. The great elder sighed and asked, "Is there any progress in your investigation?" Liemo shook his head and put on his black robe. "Is he still unwilling to speak?" Great elder asked again. "The old man's too stubborn and vicious. I only managed to fight him to a draw last month," Liemo said, turning his hands in front of his eyes. "But I've pretty much mastered his spirit-dispersing palms. I'd planned to make a trip to the Minghuang Mountain in a few days, but it looks like I'll have to postpone it. You've already waited for so long." "There's no need to rush," the first elder advised when he saw Liemo's anxious expression. "My father died in battle, and my mother's whereabouts are unknown. As long as I can't find her, I won't be able to eat or sleep." Liemo's inky black eyes slowly turned icy blue, and he looked at the first elder with a hint of sorrow. "I've searched the Qinyuan continent countless times over these years, but I haven't found a single trace of her. Even if that old man didn't say anything, I'd be able to guess that she's no longer on this continent. Instead, she's been taken to some alternate dimension. You and I are but mere mayflies in this vast world, and even the Qinyuan continent is but a small boat in the vast ocean. Trying to find a single person in all those alternate dimensions is like searching for a needle in a haystack." The first elder sighed once more. "Even if it's like searching for a needle in a haystack, I'll continue. I refuse to believe that I can't pry that old man's mouth open." Liemo's tone was unusually resolute. "The person who took my mother away must be the same person who killed my father, and I'll make them pay with their blood." Around noon, the outer disciple, Mo Yuan, came to deliver lunch to Yun Ruoyan. After eating with Lin Qingchen, the bell in the plaza began to ring. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen went to the front courtyard, where all the female students were gathered, waiting for Shui Yun to bring them to the great hall where the academy's distribution ceremony was about to begin. Yun Ruoyan noticed that there were 2 new faces in the courtyard, Miss Xiao Su from the Qin Kingdom, and Miss Li from the Mo Kingdom, who had a slightly more exotic appearance. Yun Ruoyan had only met these 2 people once, but she hadn't seen them the day before. Why were they here today? Chapter 208. The 2 of them seemed to be quite familiar with the other students in the courtyard. A few of them were chatting and laughing around them, including Lin Qingxue. "Sister Ruoyan, Sister Qingchen, you're here." Lin Qingxue ran over when she saw the 2 of them stop chatting. "What happened to Miss Xiao and Miss Li?" Lin Qingchen asked before Yun Ruoyan could speak. When she and Lin Qingxue had been captured, Xiao Su and Miss Li had joined the Qin Kingdom team, and Xiao Su had fed them water and food. As a result, the Lin sisters didn't have a bad impression of Zhao Su. However, they had been hunting with the Qin Kingdom team, and the entire team had been wiped out. How could the two of them have escaped unscathed? Moreover, they had suddenly appeared among the students who had been accepted into the academy. Lin Qingxue told the two of them what she'd found out. Zhao Su and Miss Li had been separated from the Qin Kingdom team while they were hunting for magical beasts, allowing them to escape. The two of them had gotten lost in the forest and wandered deep into the forest. When the formation had summoned the students back, the two of them had been left behind for some reason. It wasn't until yesterday afternoon that Zhao Su's brother, Zhao Gang, was unable to find the two of them among the dead and heavily injured. Only after reporting the situation to Tsang Song was he able to bring the two of them back from the trial. Because this incident had been caused by Kongming Academy, the two of them were granted admission into the academy. Since everyone's here, follow me. Shui Yun led the group out of the courtyard and toward the Great Hall, where the selection for the academy would be held. Under Shui Yun's lead, the 10 female students left the courtyard and walked along the stone path towards the main hall. Yun Ruoyan already knew that Shui Yun was one of Li Mo's subordinates, so she grew closer to her. "I'd like to see Li Mo, Senior Shui Yun. Could you pass on a message for me?" Yun Ruoyan whispered. "That's fine," Shui Yun replied softly. "Junior apprentice sister, you must remember junior apprentice uncle's words." "Junior sister." Yun Ruoyan didn't quite understand. "Who's your junior sister?" Miss Li and Zhao Su walked behind Yun Ruoyan's group. Miss Li's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan's back as she whispered to Zhao Su, "Don't be fooled by Yun Ruoyan's aloofness. She's only just entered the academy, but she's already so close to you." "No way, you're thinking too much," Zhao Su said softly. "Miss Zhao, you're too kind." Miss Li said, "You'll know in the future if I'm thinking too much." Lin Qingxue had been talking to the people beside her and hadn't noticed the two people behind her. Lin Qingchen, on the other hand, had sharp eyes and ears. She frowned slightly, disliking Miss Li even more. When the two of them were hostages, Miss Li did not harm them, but she showed enough coldness. It turned out that not only was he cold-blooded, he was also a narrow-minded and talkative fellow. This was Lin Qingchen's evaluation of her. Only when she entered the main hall did she realize that Shui Yun was referring to none other than Li Mo. The 6 white-robed elders were still sitting on the high platform at the front of the hall, just like the day before. However, the one in charge of the division was not Tsang Song, but Master Rong. To Rong Tianzong's left and right were the disciples of the 6 elders, as well as the instructors of the 5 colleges. Today, however, there was one more than the day before. What made Yun Ruoyan's jaw drop was that it was Li Mo. "I don't think I saw that senior yesterday." A female student had also noticed Li Mo's presence. "That's right, I didn't see him yesterday. He looks so young." Gradually, the female students began to discuss Li Mo. Li Mo stood out from the crowd of instructors, who all looked to be in their 30s. Although his face was still covered by his black hair, his ink black hair made him stand out in the crowd, especially when he was dressed in white. "Finally, he's changed." Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but smile. "Sister Ruoyan, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Slaughtering King, isn't it?" Lin Qingxue leaned over to ask Yun Ruoyan. "Yes, you have good eyes," Yun Ruoyan replied coolly. "Really?" Lin Qingxue's eyes widened. "The Slaughtering King is amazing. Not only is he a god of killing, but he's also an instructor at Kongming Academy. And he's so young." Not many of the male students had seen the Slaughtering King before, but Pei Xiao and Wang Meng were the only 2 who had been in close contact with Li Mo. When they saw Li Mo as soon as they entered the hall, they were no less surprised than Lin Qingxue. "Thank goodness I held back against Yun Ruoyan in the imperial territory." Wang Meng began to rejoice after his initial shock. Otherwise, even if I were alive to obtain the Amaranthan Sun, I wouldn't be alive to use it. Li Mo's doting and protective attitude toward Yun Ruoyan had left a deep impression on Wang Meng, and he was determined to build a good relationship with Yun Ruoyan in order to get closer to Li Mo. Li Mo was the slaughtering king of the Qinyuan continent, and the head disciple of one of the elders at Kongming Academy. Who on the continent wouldn't want to suck up to him? Wang Meng glanced at Pei Zio, who had an ugly expression on his face, partly because he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, and partly because he had been shocked to see Li Mo. Pei Zio looked at Yi Qianying, who was a few people away. Yi Qianying also turned to look at him, and the two of them silently exchanged glances. Wang Meng began to sympathize with the two of them. He had done some research on their history with Yun Ruoyan. Even Rong Yuehong and Rong Yueshan had been unable to defeat Yun Ruoyan, and even Wang Meng himself had suffered at her hands. Wang Meng was certain that, even without Li Mo, Yun Ruoyan would be more than capable of dealing with the two of them. Li Mo remained as cold as a block of ice under the gazes of the crowd. From start to finish, he didn't look at anyone, not even Yun Ruoyan. When Yun Ruoyan saw him like this, she too put on an icy expression. After all, who didn't know how to put on an angry face? Now, we'll begin the sorting. Rong Tianhai was much more serious than Sang Song. Without any preamble, he had the students take out their identity tokens. The students took off the wooden tokens that they had been carrying on their bodies. A long wooden table had been set up in front of the hall, upon which were 5 crystal alms bowls, each of which was engraved with the words North, South, East, West, West, and North. You can choose which school you wish to enter, as long as you place your identity token in the appropriate alms bowl, Rong Tianhai instructed. Aren't we talking about the 5 major schools? Why isn't there a central school? You can choose which school you wish to enter, but whether or not you'll be able to do so will depend on the instructor's assessment. Those who don't pass the assessment will be assigned to the central school, Rong Tianhai replied. Ah. So the central school is the useless one, someone exclaimed. I don't want to enter the useless school. None of them knew of Kongming Academy's rules, and Yun Ruoyan had never heard Li Mo mention them. However, since Li Mo had mentioned the Southern College, he must be referring to the Southern College, and Li Mo must be one of the instructors there. Yun Ruoyan calmly sent a message to her 2 sisters, telling them to choose the Southern School as well. Shui Feng was too far away to pass on the message, but Yun Ruoyan wasn't worried. She was certain that he would choose the same school as her. Yi Qianying looked up at Master Rong, then at Pei Zio. She stepped forward and tossed her token into the Northern College. Pei Zio followed behind her and tossed his token into the Northern College. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to toss her identity token into the Southern College's bowl, she heard a white-robed elder's voice call out from the dais. Wait! The tall, slender second elder stood up and walked to Rong Tianhai's side, looking at Yun Ruoyan with a pair of eagle-like eyes. Perhaps because he didn't smile often, the wrinkles on his face were deep, and the corners of his mouth drooped down, giving off a sinister aura. It was this sinister face that suddenly smiled. Young lady, you're new to Kongming Academy, so you might not be familiar with the Academy's rules. Since you've obtained the Amaranthan Sun, you'll have to enter my pill-making hall. The Northern School will be managed by my first disciple, Rong Tianhai. You'll first learn from him, then become my disciple. You'll choose the Northern School. Yun Ruoyan was a little dumbfounded, and her hand froze on the Southern School's bowl. Second elder, you can't say that. The 4th elder also stood up. He was short and stout, and when he stood, he looked like a dwarf. However, his voice was loud and clear. No one has explicitly stated that pillsmiths have to enter the Northern School, and no one has said that those who are talented in pill-making have to enter the pill-making hall, right? That may be the case, but every profession has its own specialization. The pill-making hall specializes in pill-making, so those who are talented in pill-making should naturally choose it, the third elder replied. He and the second elder were in charge of the pill-making hall together. That's not entirely true. The fourth elder moved his short and stout body and said while walking, "We have 6 martial brothers, and each of us has at least 3 kinds of innate talents. I think I'm not much worse than you in terms of alchemy, second brother. For those who are talented, there's no such thing as a specialization." So. The fourth elder looked at Yun Ruoyan lovingly. "So, young lady, why don't you join the Western school? I can teach you anything you want. All of you are right, and my Eastern school isn't bad either. Young lady, why don't you consider it as well?" The kind-looking fifth elder also spoke up. Yun Ruoyan's heart was as clear as a mirror. These old men weren't fighting over her, they were clearly eyeing the amaranthan sun in her possession. Kongming Academy's rules stated that whatever students obtained during the trial belonged to them. As a result, no matter how valuable the amaranthan sun was, it belonged to Yun Ruoyan, and no one dared to snatch it from her. However, if Yun Ruoyan voluntarily offered it up, she wouldn't be breaking the rules. Yun Ruoyan was certain that no matter who she chose, the first thing they'd do would be to beg her for the amaranthan sun. To Yun Ruoyan, choosing the southern school was the most beneficial option for her. However, if she chose the southern school, she would offend all of the other elders, and her future would be difficult. Chapter 209. Young lady, think carefully before you make your choice. Why don't you come to the Central College instead? The sixth elder said half-jokingly. All eyes turned to Yun Ruoyan. The elders looked at her as if she were a juicy piece of meat, and the students behind her all looked at her with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They had to worry about being sent to the useless Central College after choosing Yun Ruoyan, but Yun Ruoyan was being fought over by so many. Yi Qianying was one of those who was gnashing her teeth in hatred. She couldn't understand how Yun Ruoyan, whose face was half covered by an ugly birthmark, was so highly sought after wherever she went. Had her sorcery extended to Kongming Academy, and even the elders had been bewitched by it. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, couldn't help but turn to Li Mo. Li Mo's head was lowered, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. This made Yun Ruoyan very angry. Since you don't care, then I won't choose the Southern College. Yun Ruoyan suddenly threw a childish tantrum, wanting to throw a tantrum at Li Mo. She retracted her hand from the Southern College's bowl and placed her identity token in front of her eyes. She flipped it over and over again, as if in deep thought. Then, as if she had suddenly made a decision, she placed her hand on the Northern College's bowl, but immediately regretted it and moved her hand to the Western College's bowl instead. Yun Ruoyan's indecision caused the elders and the students behind her to crane their necks, their gazes following her hand from side to side. Are you willing to become my disciple? Just then, the first elder, who was seated at the center of the dais, stood up. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears and shocked them all. First elder, you're accepting a disciple? The fourth elder turned to the first elder in disbelief. First senior, you said that you'd only take one disciple in your lifetime. The second elder frowned, and the wrinkles on his nose deepened. How can the first elder of Kongming Academy go back on his word? Aren't you going to be laughed at by the world? The second elder questioned him in front of his face, and his words were very serious. Although the other elders were not as harsh as the great elder, their eyes also revealed doubts. I did say that I would only take one disciple in my life. As the first elder of Kongming Academy, I will naturally take responsibility for my words. Then, eldest senior brother, why did you say that you wanted to take this little girl as your disciple? The second elder continued to ask. The great elder stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. You must have heard wrong. I never said I would accept her as a disciple. I only asked her to be my disciple. Isn't that? The second elder paused midway through his sentence. As if thinking of something, he turned to look at the white-robed, jet-black Liam-o. Liam-o slowly raised his head to meet the second elder's gaze, a smile mirroring the first elder's. Uncle Masters, I'm indeed the disciple I'd like to accept. Liam-o stood up. It's just that my seniority is lower than yours, so I'm making use of Master's words. The elders had been vying for Yun Ruoyan, but Liam-o had appeared out of nowhere. The second elder thought gloomily, good lad, it seems like 12 bolts of lightning last night were too little. If you fall into my hands again, I'll definitely reward you with 20 bolts. Eldest senior brother, if you know that you're of lower seniority, why are you still fighting with the Uncle Masters for a disciple? Rong Tianhai interrupted. Although I entered the academy later than you, I'm older than you by a few years. I've long had the intention of accepting a disciple, but we'll have to wait until the Uncle Masters are done. That's the proper etiquette for juniors, don't you agree, senior brother? You're right, junior brother, but even if I were to disregard etiquette, I have the right to accept a disciple. Since I have the right, why can't I? Liam-o continued unhurriedly. Moreover, Kongming Academy has always accepted disciples of their own volition, so I won't force Miss Yun to accept one. But... Rong Tianhai wanted to retort, but Liam-o raised a hand to stop him. Rong Tianhai couldn't help but be suppressed by the aura of a superior, authoritative figure. Liam-o's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan. Miss Yun, are you willing to accept me as your master? When Yun Ruoyan met Liam-o's smiling eyes, she suddenly realized that this fellow wanted to accept her as a disciple, and that she wanted to become his disciple. Yun Ruoyan's astonished gaze met Liam-o's, and the two of them began a silent exchange. Are you serious? Do you really want me to become your disciple? Yun Ruoyan stared at him. In that case, do you have a better candidate in mind? Liam-o's lips curled slightly toward the third elder and the others, as if to say, do you want to become their disciple? Of course not. Yun Ruoyan shook her head. But a teacher for a day is a father for life. In the Yu Kingdom, etiquette was highly valued. Unless, of course, Liam-o didn't want to marry her at all. When Liam-o saw Yun Ruoyan's hesitation, he was a little pleased. It seemed that this lass had truly taken a liking to him, and was even considering marrying him. At the same time, Liam-o was a little anxious. He was afraid that Yun Ruoyan would choose one of the elders in a fit of pique. Just then, the second elder spoke again. Miss, you'd better think this through. Kongming Academy has 3,600 students, but only 50 of the elders' disciples. I'm the second elder, and if you accept me as your master, you'll be of the same seniority as Liam-o, and you'll only be one of the 3,000 students. Trust me. Liam-o looked at Yun Ruoyan with a determined gaze. Should she become Liam-o's disciple, or would she be of the same seniority as him? Yun Ruoyan was truly hesitant. To be of the same seniority as Liam-o would mean that she would gain a high status as soon as she entered Kongming Academy, and all 3,000 students would have to address her as their senior. However, these elders weren't here for her. If she were to become their disciple, the Amaranthan sun would no longer be hers. If she became Liam-o's disciple, her father, the Yun family, and even the emperor wouldn't be willing to let her marry him. Liam-o, what are you thinking? Since you want to take me as your disciple, I'll grant you your wish. Yun Ruoyan gritted her teeth. I, Yun Ruoyan, am willing to become Liam-o's disciple. Yun Ruoyan's words shocked quite a few people. This was a difference in seniority that many wouldn't be able to overcome in their lifetime, and Yun Ruoyan would surely regret it in the future. However, those with foresight didn't think so. If the first disciple of the first elder lived long enough, she might even become the first elder herself. Even if she wasn't in a rush to curry favor with Liemo, she still couldn't afford to offend him. Young lady, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Think about it again. The third elder was also anxious. Elders, Yun Ruoyan has made up her mind, and I won't change it. Once the decision was made, Yun Ruoyan wouldn't waver in the slightest. As she spoke, she knelt down in front of Liemo. Disciple Yun Ruoyan greets master. Liemo slowly sat down and accepted Yun Ruoyan's bow. Yun Ruoyan kowtowed 3 times before Liemo waved her off. Yun Ruoyan greets Grandmaster. Yun Ruoyan then turned to the first elder and kowtowed 3 more times. The first elder also waved his sleeve, indicating that she was excused. Yen, come over here. Liemo beckoned to Yun Ruoyan kindly. Yun Ruoyan wasn't in a good mood at the moment. She glared at Liemo, but when she saw him smiling so casually, her heart ached and hurt. Suppressing her flustered emotions, she walked toward Liemo. Liemo didn't look at Yun Ruoyan's face. Instead, he took her identity token in his left hand and formed a sword with his right hand. Faint white spiritual energy appeared on his fingertips. The spiritual energy streaked across the token, and Liemo used his finger as a pen to carve out a few lines of words. Yun Ruoyan, disciple of the first elder of Kongming Academy, Liemo's first disciple. Time, 523 years in the Qinyuan abyss. Yun Ruoyan's gaze toward Liemo grew colder as she took the token from him. Liemo, is this what you want? After paying her respects, Yun Ruoyan stood behind Liemo and quietly watched the other students enter the Western College. With Yun Ruoyan as an example, the third and fourth elders began to fight over Wang Meng. The famed pill-making genius ended up in the fourth elder's Western College. Lin Qingxue, Lin Qingchen, and Zhuo Feng all entered the Southern College. Yi Qianying and Pei Zio entered the Northern College. In the end, only 3 unassuming youths managed to sneak into the Central College. The 3 youths wore bitter expressions, as if their mothers had died. What's with that expression? The 6th elder, who was in charge of the Central College, said unhappily, "Don't look down on the Central College. I came from the Central College myself, and when I entered the 3 colleges, I even became the disciple of the previous first elder. As long as you're willing to work hard, you might very well become the next me." The 6th elder's words seemed to give the 3 youths some hope. After the selection was over, all the students were told to report to the academy the next day. Yun Ruoyan cupped her hands at Liemo before returning to her quarters. Liemo whispered to her, "I'll look for you tonight." Furious, Yun Ruoyan ignored him and left with the Lin sisters. That night, Yun Ruoyan didn't have to wait long before Liemo entered through the window. Yun Ruoyan stood up from her stool and bowed respectfully to Liemo. A disciple pays respect to master. His tone was extremely respectful. Liemo knew that Yun Ruoyan was angry with him, so he stepped forward and grabbed her by the waist, pulling her into his embrace. What are you doing?" Yun Ruoyan struggled with all her might, her face contorted in anger. "You're my master. How can you touch your disciple?" Chapter 210. Since you're already my master, you have to behave yourself. Yun Ruoyan once again resisted Liemo's intimacy. Liemo was as unyielding as ever. He hugged Yun Ruoyan tightly and whispered into her ear, "Yen, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm only your master, not your master." "What do you mean?" Yun Ruoyan didn't quite understand what Liemo was getting at. "Master, a master for a day is a father for a lifetime. As a master, I'm only a step away from becoming a peak 9th rank blade master. I'm a peak 9th rank blade master, a peak 8th rank pill master, and a beast master and forge master who recently broke through to 8th rank. Yen, you won't be able to find a better master than me in the entire Kongming Academy, or even the entire Qinyuan continent. This was the first time Liemo had revealed his true abilities to Yun Ruoyan. Everyone knew that the Slaughtering King was talented, but Yun Ruoyan hadn't expected him to be so well-rounded. Liemo was truly the best candidate for a master. Are you really that strong? Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but ask, but you're only in your 20s. How did you do it? Cultivation wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single day. No matter how talented one was, they still needed time to cultivate. Yun Ruoyan felt that even if Liemo started cultivating from the age of 3 without eating, drinking, or sleeping, he still wouldn't be able to reach such a level. Sensing that Yun Ruoyan was no longer struggling, Liemo loosened his grip on her waist and turned her around. This is a secret of mine. Liemo had secrets, and so did Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan had never intended to reveal her secrets to Liemo, nor would she pry into his secrets, even if she was curious. Yun Ruoyan thought that Liemo wouldn't continue, but he continued, Yen, I'm sure you've already guessed that my father wasn't the previous emperor of the Yu Kingdom. In order to hide my true identity, the previous emperor gave me this identity. So your father is the legendary Beast King. Yun Ruoyan finally revealed her long-held conjecture. That's right, that's my greatest secret. Liemo caressed Yun Ruoyan's smooth cheek. A large part of my cultivation came from my father's legacy before his death, as well as my talent and hard work. I see. Yun Ruoyan exclaimed. Yen is smart. You've long suspected me. Liemo looked at Yun Ruoyan, his inky black eyes slowly turning icy blue. Originally, anyone who suspected my identity would be killed without question, but Yen is an exception. This prince wants to marry you and make you one of my people, so Yen you can never betray me. Facing the man in front of her who was both her fiancé and her master, a strange feeling arose in her heart. She felt that Liemo could be gentle and affectionate, like a hot spring that could melt a person, or he could transform into a wolf and tear them apart. He was a dangerous, intoxicating man. What if one day I betrayed you and tried to leave you? Would you kill me? Yun Ruoyan asked slowly. Yes. Liemo replied without hesitation. All right. Remember what you've said today. If one day you betray me and try to leave me, I'll kill you. Yen, Liemo couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yun Ruoyan's serious expression. So what if he was her master? Even a master couldn't stop two people who truly loved each other. Moreover, neither Yun Ruoyan nor Liemo was the type of person who cared about worldly honor and glory. Perhaps the two of them shared the same dream of wandering the world hand in hand. It was just that both of them had an unfinished mission. The two of them hugged for a long time before Liemo broke the silence by telling her everything he knew about his parentage. He explained how he had become the slaughtering king of the Li Kingdom from the son of the Beast King. After the first elder saved me, he entrusted me to the care of the former emperor of the Li Kingdom, promising that he would formally accept me as his disciple at the right time. So the little boy in that story really was you. Yun Ruoyan leaned against Liemo's chest, twirling a lock of his hair. Liemo reached out and flicked Yun Ruoyan's forehead. Hey, what are you doing? Yun Ruoyan screamed. I was so sad that day, but instead of comforting me, Yen you pretended to be asleep. Liemo pretended to be angry. Slaughtering King, I don't dare to make wild guesses, Yun Ruoyan muttered. In that case, what are you doing right now? And what's your mission? To find out where the people who killed my father went, and to make them pay for what they've done, Liemo replied calmly. Liemo's tone was extremely calm. Back then, they took mother away after father was seriously injured. I still want to find mother and reunite with her son. My mother will surely fall in love with you, and our family of 3 will be able to live happily ever after. Liamo, I have my own secrets, Yunruoyan replied coolly. I know. Liamo stroked Yunruoyan's fringe as he continued, I know all of your secrets. You know. Yunruoyan scrambled out of Liamo's embrace and stared at him in shock. Liamo was a little surprised by Yunruoyan's reaction. He would naturally investigate the woman he liked, and Yunruoyan should have known this. I've sent someone to investigate you, and your mother's death is indeed suspicious. The poison in your body came from the Yu Kingdom. Yunruoyan couldn't help but sigh in relief. How could Liamo possibly know that she had been reborn, and how could he possibly know about the existence of the bracelet and Chocho? Yunruoyan had far too many secrets, and those with too many secrets were prone to being surprised. But just as Yunruoyan was beginning to calm down, Liamo lifted the bracelet on her wrist. And this bracelet, there's a little thing hidden inside. Oh, no, it's the old thing. What? You know about this too. Yunruoyan stood up in shock. Liamo was quite satisfied with Yunruoyan's reaction. Chocho, are you still pretending to be asleep? Liamo glanced at the bracelet on Yunruoyan's wrist. I'll give you a chance to tell your master the truth. Mistress, I'm sorry. Chocho's apologetic voice rang out in Yunruoyan's mind. I'm actually the Beast King's contracted beast. The Beast Emperor died in battle during that siege, and I was heavily injured and sealed in the silver bracelet. For some reason, the bracelet ended up in your mother's hands, and then in yours. In order to borrow your strength to break the seal, I voluntarily formed a blood pact with you. Chocho is now your contracted beast. If you're my contracted beast, why did you help Liamo hide this from me? Yunruoyan was a little angry. She had always treated Chocho as her greatest secret, even more so than her rebirth. She had thought that she had kept it a secret, but she had turned out to be a fool. Don't blame Chocho. I was the one who threatened it with your life. Liamo tried to save Chocho. When did you discover Chocho? Yunruoyan suppressed her anger and asked. Back on the Minghuang mountain, Chocho watched me grow up, and I'm very familiar with its aura. I tried to get Chocho to abandon you, but it refused. At the time, I couldn't see through you, so I was both curious and wary of you, so I threatened Chocho not to reveal this matter. Mistress, you won't blame Chocho, will you? Chocho's pitiful voice rang out in Yunruoyan's mind. Yunruoyan sighed. How could she blame Chocho? Chocho had saved her many times in times of trouble, and it had taught her so many things, allowing her to see hope every time she was lonely and helpless. I don't blame you, but from now on, you have to promise me that you'll never lie to me again. You know that I hate it when people lie to me. Yunruoyan didn't use her mental energy to communicate these words to Liamo. Liamo couldn't help but feel a little guilty, but he had never intended to tell Yunruoyan that she was a human furnace. Based on Liamo's understanding of Yunruoyan, she could forgive Chocho's lies, but she would never understand that he had approached her and helped her because of her identity as a human furnace. In fact, Yunruoyan might even suspect that Liamo's true feelings for her were still solely for her body, so he couldn't take this risk. Sunamo, didn't I say that you'd like my mistress? Chocho communicated with Liamo through its mental energy, its tone full of pride. Liamo only smiled. Yunruoyan was truly an accident in his life. Rest early. I still have some matters to discuss with the First Elder, and I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Liamo prepared to leave. Because of the high number of casualties in the trial, Kongming Academy had to deal with the aftermath. Students who had lost family members or friends in the trial would be given half a month's break to pay their respects at home. Lia Mo walked out of the window and smiled at Yun Ruoyan. Yen, you didn't get a fake scar today, so I don't have to bear with your unparalleled ugliness anymore. If Lia Mo hadn't mentioned Yun Ruoyan, he would have forgotten about her. Now that she was mentioned, he was immediately enraged. He opened his mouth to scold her, but Lia Mo directed his sword far away. Yun Ruoyan leaned against the windowsill as she watched Li Mo's figure disappear into the horizon. She had never felt so relaxed before. In the past, the two of them had their own secrets, and even when they were intimate, there seemed to be a barrier between them. But now that their secrets had been revealed, even if they hadn't done anything that intimate, they felt as though their hearts were connected. Lia Mo, you mustn't lie to me. Atop the tower, the first elder stood with his hands behind his back, Lia Mo hovering by his side. You've told her everything? The first elder asked. Since I've already decided on her, I'll have to tell her sooner or later, Lia Mo replied. She doesn't like it when people lie to her. In this way, you're quite similar to your father. You might seem cold, but once you've decided on someone, you'll treat them with sincerity. The first elder turned his gaze to the distance, as though reminiscing about something. Your father and I met in the slave camp. Without his protection, I would have died long ago. He was a natural-born ruler, and with his abilities, he could have dominated the entire Qinyuan continent. It was only after he met your mother that he was willing to stay in the Yuli mountain for the rest of his life. The first elder's voice suddenly turned sorrowful. But even so, he couldn't have escaped. I was too late, or else I might have been able to save his life. Master, this isn't your fault. Lia Mo shook his head. He transferred 30% of his cultivation to me and had a maid take me away. I knew that he was prepared to die. Chapter 211. By the time the first elder received the news and rushed to the Yuli mountain, the Beast King was already dead. However, he had managed to severely injure someone, and that person had been imprisoned within the Minghuang mountain ever since. The Minghuang mountain contained the Li Kingdom's dragon vein, and it had always been under the strict protection of the imperial family. Furthermore, the dragon vein's murderous aura was so strong that most people wouldn't be able to approach it. The dragon vein was born with a large iron chain that could be used to trap that person. After the first elder captured that person, he had secretly imprisoned him within the cave. Ever since Lia Mo had come of age, he had visited the cave every once in a while to force the person to reveal his mother's whereabouts. However, that person had been pierced through by a blade, and his cultivation had been reduced to less than a tenth, but he was still able to severely injure Lia Mo. It was clear just how powerful that person was. Last time, I was already able to fight that old fellow to a draw. This time, I'll definitely defeat him. Li Mo's tone was resolute. All these years, he had been defeated again and again, and now, he could finally see a glimmer of hope. Sun Mo, even if you defeat him, you won't be able to exact your revenge with your current cultivation, the first elder reminded Lia Mo. The first elder reminded Lia Mo, even if he relents one day, if you don't have a full grasp of the situation, don't risk your life for revenge, understand? Don't worry, master, I know what I'm doing. Lia Mo looked into the distance, where the sky was already beginning to brighten. Just as dawn broke, Yun Ruoyan woke up early, intending to go to the bamboo gardens to bid farewell to Lin Qingchen. Just as she was about to leave, Lia Mo arrived on his sword. Lia Mo didn't intend to enter her room. Instead, he reached out a hand to Yun Ruoyan through the window. Qingchen and the others agreed to descend the mountain together yesterday, but I haven't told them yet, Yun Ruoyan said. I've already had Shui Yun tell them. Lia Mo reached into the window and pulled Yun Ruoyan out without a word. Hey, you! Yun Ruoyan was startled. By the time she turned around, she was already in Li Mo's arms, her feet firmly planted on the sword. It had taken them a few days on horseback to reach the capital, but it only took a few hours on Li Mo's sword. "Take me home first. I want to see my brother." Yun Ruoyan was eager to share the joy of entering Kongming Academy with her brother. Li Mo brought Yun Ruoyan to the top of the Yun Manor, where she was greeted by a vast expanse of white silk. "Miss Yun's body has already been returned, and your family is preparing for a funeral," Li Mo replied. Only then did Yun Ruoyan remember that Yun Ruoyao had died in the trial. "Although she is my half-sister, she has been bullying me and suppressing me with the other sisters since I was young. I don't like her, and she doesn't like me. I'm sure she doesn't welcome me to pay her respects. I won't be going home today. There's a place I want to go," Li Mo replied. "If you're not going home, why don't you come with me?" "Where?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "You'll know when we get there." Li Mo took to the Minghuang mountain on his sword. Li Mo had always taken her out to eat or play, and she thought that it would be the same this time. "The phoenix orchids pretty much wilted. Why did you bring me here?" Yun Ruoyan looked down at the Minghuang mountain. "I'm going to meet someone, an enemy of mine." Li Mo told Yun Ruoyan about this person. Yun Ruoyan realized that Li Mo's injuries had all been caused by this person. Li Luo had also told Yun Ruoyan that she had followed Li Mo to a mysterious cave, which must have been the one Li Mo had mentioned. The two of them landed quite a distance away from the imperial family's territory. It was already the end of autumn, and winter was about to begin. Without the phoenix orchid as cover, Li Mo had to be a little cautious. Yun Ruoyan found it strange that, given Li Mo's status, those guards wouldn't be able to stop him. However, Li Mo told Yun Ruoyan that this place was extremely secretive, and that no one could know of it. As a result, he had never flown on his sword before entering the Minghuang mountain. Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ruoyan traversed through the forest, easily avoiding the patrols. It was already late in the season, but the patrols hadn't lessened in the slightest. It was clear how important this place was to the imperial family. Emperor Li's annual hunting trip was an excuse, but in reality, he was here to pray for the dragon vein. For the great elder to dare to hide people here, he was very bold. Without much effort, the two of them passed through the hunting grounds. Yun Ruoyan saw a large sacrificial altar in the distance. "Is this the place?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "No, it's still quite a distance away. The dragon vein has a backlash that can't be withstood if one's cultivation is too low, so the altar was built far away. I didn't start coming here until I was a peak 6th rank blade master." The two of them walked around the altar for another 15 minutes before Yun Ruoyan finally saw a cave. This should be the place. The two of them walked up to the entrance of the cave and looked in. A cold wind blew out of the cave. Yun Ruoyan could feel a murderous aura accompanying the wind, followed by a dragon's roar that made her feel a little dizzy. "How are you feeling? Can you hold on?" Li Mo patted Yun Ruoyan's back. Yun Ruoyan woke up with a start, and the dragon's roar disappeared. She had actually followed Li Mo into the cave. "I'm fine," Yun Ruoyan replied. "I just felt like I was hallucinating. That's because of the murderous aura. With your cultivation, you should be fine." Li Mo pulled Yun Ruoyan deeper into the cave. This was a natural cave, and there were no traces of human activity at all. There were hundreds of millions of years of stalactites hanging down from the top of the cave, and they looked like fangs, very eerie and terrifying. Yun Ruoyan had thought that the dragon's vein would be a dignified and righteous place, but she hadn't expected it to be so eerie. She couldn't help but think back to the dragon's lair at the bottom of the lake in the trial grounds. That place had also given her an eerie feeling. "Mistress." Chocho's voice rang out in Yunruoyan's mind. The aura here is very similar to the demonic dragon cave at the bottom of the lake. Yunruoyan couldn't sense the aura that Chocho was referring to, but she couldn't help but link the two locations together. Could there be a connection between the Dragon Vein Cave and the demonic dragon cave? Just then, Liemo suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's the matter?" Yunruoyan blurted out. Sho Liemo made a shushing gesture before whispering to Yunruoyan, "There's an unfamiliar aura around you." Seeing Liemo's serious expression, Yunruoyan whispered back, "Has this place been exposed?" Liemo's expression grew more and more serious. The two of them concealed their auras and walked slowly into the depths of the cave. Gradually, they could hear the sound of voices. The two of them stopped against the wall, concealed their auras, and held their breaths as they listened. "How can this subordinate save you?" From a corner, an old man's voice rang out. "You can't save me. This dragon shackle is quite powerful. This dragon shackle is quite powerful, and I'd have to summon 3 of my fellow disciples to help me break it," an even hoarser and more aged voice rang out. "My words carry little weight, and I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the heavens." The old man replied awkwardly. "Find a way to get to Kongming Academy's Empyrean Tower. There's an all-seeing mirror at the top of the tower, and I'll teach you an incantation that'll connect the mirror to the dragon realm, allowing you to speak directly to the elders of the Dragon Pearl." The even older voice said, "You go immediately. This deity has been trapped here for more than 10 years. I really don't want to stay here even a moment longer." "Yes, sir." The old man's footsteps rang out. Liemo leaped to the top of the cave with Yunruoyan in his arms, and the old man walked out from around the corner. From her vantage point, Yunruoyan could only see that the old man was dressed in a purplish gold robe. His hair was white, and he was tall from the back. Because he had also concealed his aura, Yunruoyan was unable to determine his cultivation. After the old man left, Liemo brought Yunruoyan out of the cave, but the old man was nowhere to be seen. "Even after hiding for more than 10 years, I was still discovered," Liemo replied coldly. "But this has actually given me a new clue. I'd like to see what kind of existence the dragon realm is. Do dragons really exist in this world?" "Liemo, you're not one of them, are you? This isn't the place to talk." Liemo didn't respond to Yunruoyan's question. Instead, he turned back to the cave entrance. "Let's forget about it today. We'll come back tomorrow." The two of them left the imperial territory and returned directly to the Slaughtering King's Manor. Within Liemo's room in the Slaughtering King's Manor. "Liemo, do you remember when I was captured by a demon during my matriarch's birthday banquet?" Yunruoyan asked. Liemo poured a cup of water for Yunruoyan. "That was only a few months ago." "Of course I remember. You were battling the demon in midair when you suddenly grew a dragon claw. I woke up at that time, but I was afraid, so I pretended to be asleep." Yunruoyan took a sip of tea to conceal her surprise. "I already suspected your identity at the time." Liemo didn't seem surprised at all. In fact, his lips even curled up slightly. Yunruoyan noticed this small movement of his. "Did you know that I was pretending to be unconscious?" Yunruoyan glared at him. Liemo nodded. "Didn't you say that you'd kill anyone who knew who you were? You didn't fall in love with me from that point on, did you? When did you fall in love with me? And when did you find out that I was pretending to be ugly? Did you fall in love with me before, or after?" Yunruoyan fired off a string of questions, her bright eyes staring at Liemo as she waited for his answer. Liemo himself wasn't sure when he had fallen in love with Yunruoyan. Perhaps it had been at first sight. Without a word, she had dragged the heavily injured him into her room. Even Liemo couldn't resist the strange fragrance on her body, and he had kissed her despite his injuries. Or perhaps it had been that night at the flower viewing party, when Yun Ruoyan had revealed her true appearance, a moment that Liemo would never forget for the rest of his life. Or perhaps it had been that ice-cold lake, when Yun Ruoyan had pushed him away and then dived into the water to save him. From then on, Liemo was certain that this woman would play an indispensable role in his life. Chapter 212. I'm talking to you. Why are you spacing out? Yun Ruoyan asked unhappily. Liemo, however, wanted to keep the answer to that question to himself. He frowned and changed the topic. Now that the old man has been discovered, Dong Tiehe will definitely try to activate the all-seeing mirror at Kongming Academy. I have to think of a countermeasure. Yun Ruoyan immediately felt that it was immature of her to dwell on such trivial matters at such a time, so she didn't pursue the matter any further. That old man's called Dong Tiehe. Could he be the head of the Yuelu villa, Dong Tiehe? Yun Ruoyan had never met Dong Tiehe before, but Liemo had interacted with him a few times. As soon as he heard his voice, he immediately recognized him. That's him. I didn't expect him to be acquainted with that old man. Perhaps he's also related to my parents' deaths. Yun Ruoyan thought back to what she had heard in the cave. She had never heard of such a thing before. Liemo was about to face an extremely powerful opponent, and Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but worry for him. Liemo, do you have any plans? Yun Ruoyan asked. Liemo's eyes glinted. Let's beat him at his own game. Liemo wrote a letter to the first elder, explaining the situation in detail and instructing him to create an opportunity for Dong Tiehe to activate the all-seeing mirror so that he could lure out the old men who had murdered the Beast King and kidnapped the Empress. Liemo would go to the cave almost every month at this time to find that old man. In order not to arouse the old man's suspicions, Liemo decided to go to the cave again at night. Yun Ruoyan insisted on tagging along, and the two of them entered the cave once more after sunset. This time, the two of them intentionally made some noise as they entered the cave. "Heh, you brat, you've overestimated yourself again." Before the two of them had even turned the corner, the old man's voice rang out. Liemo and Yun Ruoyan appeared in front of the old man at the same time. There's one more person. The old voice continued, this is the first time you've brought someone else here in over a decade. Yun Ruoyan saw the owner of that hoarse voice, a white-haired, bony old man. He sat cross-legged on a large rock, and behind him were two large chains that glowed with a dark luster. Most likely, they were pierced through his shoulder blades. For some reason, Yun Ruoyan couldn't bear to see such a scene. So, is the old fellow still unwilling to relent? Liemo asked. Humph. Little bastard, don't even think about getting anything out of my mouth. The old man said without showing any weakness. In that case, let's stick to the old rules. Liemo turned to Yun Ruoyan. Step back. Yun Ruoyan nodded and retreated to the back. Old geezer, we fought to a draw last time. This time, I'm going to beat you. Liemo's killing intent surged. Little bastard, how dare you strut around in front of me? In the past, I'd have killed you with 2 fingers. The old man didn't back down. Cut the crap and come at me. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yun Ruoyan saw Liemo's figure flash in front of the old man. The spiritual energy that seeped out of Liemo's body glowed with a dazzling white light that streaked through the air toward the old man. Liemo struck out with his palms, and the old man reacted quickly enough to block each strike. As the spiritual energy collided, sparks flew. The sparks exploded in the air, and Yun Ruoyan felt a huge wave of spiritual energy rush toward her. Yun Ruoyan couldn't keep her balance, and she stumbled backward until she hit the wall of the cavern. So fast, so strong. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but be shocked. This was a battle between true experts. In a short period of time, Li Mo and the old man had exchanged countless blows. At the start, Yun Ruoyan could still clearly see how the two of them fought. By the end, all she could see was a dazzling white light surrounding the two of them, and the shockwaves of spiritual energy caused Yun Ruoyan to stick close to the wall, unable to move in the slightest. "Old geezer, take this." Li Mo shouted as he pushed out with both palms, sending a wave of spiritual energy straight toward the old man's chest. The spirit sealing palm. The old man's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think back to all the battles he had fought with Li Mo over the past decade. On more than one occasion, he had injured Li Mo to the brink of death, but each time he recovered, he would return stronger than ever. The spirit sealing palm was the old man's most effective technique against Li Mo. Not only would it cause internal injuries, but it would also render him unable to use spiritual energy for a period of time. Not daring to be careless, the old man raised both hands and used all his spiritual energy to meet Li Mo's palm. The two waves of spiritual energy collided, but this time, there were no sparks or ear-splitting sounds. Li Mo's feet slowly left the ground, and another wave of spiritual energy surged out of his palms, stacking on top of the opposing spiritual energy. This sudden increase in spiritual energy finally broke through the old man's defenses, and a wave of spiritual energy flowed through the old man's palms and into his spiritual vortex. Pfft! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his gaze toward Li Mo was filled with despair. He had been trapped here for more than a decade, and had just been found by his subordinates in the mortal realm. Was he going to die just like that? If Li Mo had continued his attack, the old man would have died without a doubt. However, Li Mo had stopped. Li Mo retracted his palm and retreated, landing lightly on the ground. "I've won," Li Mo said coolly. After more than a decade of fighting, he had suffered countless injuries every month and every year. If not for his powerful regenerative abilities, he would have died many times over. Finally, he had won. All his agitation transformed into a single sentence. "I've won. Why didn't you kill me?" The old man clutched his chest, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Wouldn't it be too easy for you to kill me?" Li Mo's voice grew cold. "You killed my mother, kidnapped her, and destroyed my home. How can your old life be enough to compensate for that?" An icy blue light flashed across Li Mo's eyes. "But if you tell me where my mother is, I might end your pain and let you die a quick death." "Dream on." The old man was stubborn. "They broke the rules, and their deaths aren't worth pitying." "What rules?" Li Mo asked hurriedly. Over the past decade, no matter what Li Mo did, the old man had never said a word about his parents. This was the first time the old man had relented. No comment. However, old man Li Mo was as firm as an iron board. "You're no longer my match, and I have plenty of time to wait for the day you speak." Li Mo knew that there was no point in forcing the old man. "You've been struck by the spirit sealing palm, and you won't be able to use spiritual energy for 3 months. I won't come looking for you during this time, so think about it carefully." Let's go." Li Mo extended a hand toward Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan took Li Mo's hand and left with him. As they turned a corner, she couldn't help but look at the old man. She didn't know if she was seeing things, but she actually saw a flash of icy blue light in the old man's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as they exited the cave, Li Mo clutched his chest and coughed incessantly. His spiritual vortex had also been shaken during the fight. Yun Ruoyan quickly fed him a spiritual pill, and only then did he stop coughing. "How are you?" Yun Ruoyan asked when she saw Li Mo's pale face. I'm fine. Unlike before, my injuries were the lightest. Li Mo smiled faintly. Master should have received my letter by now. I've given them 3 months, and I wonder what Dongtie is going to do. After consuming the spiritual pill, Li Mo's complexion gradually returned to normal. I'll have to go to the Yuelu villa tomorrow. Alright, I'll go with you. The next day, Yun Ruoyan had Li Luo send a letter to her husband, informing him that she had returned. Yun Maxiao also had Li Luo send a letter back, telling Yun Ruoyan not to return for the next few days. Yun Ruoyao's death had been too tragic, and Madame, Yun Ruoyan's second wife, Madame, had become somewhat deranged. In the evening, Yun Ruoyan disguised herself as a man and followed Li Mo into the Yuelu villa. Because of the commotion the two of them had caused, the security within the Yuelu villa was now several times tighter than before. However, to Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan, these guards were practically non-existent. Li Mo brought her from garden to garden, each one of which was a different playground for the two of them. Gambling, acrobatics, and combat techniques, Yun Ruoyan's horizons were truly broadened. Are there any brothels here? Yun Ruoyan asked casually. Brothels? Li Mo glanced at Yun Ruoyan. Why would you want to go there? Why would I? Yun Ruoyan smiled. I'm curious. Indeed, Yun Ruoyan was curious as to whether Li Mo had ever been to one of the brothels here. Li Mo watched as Yun Ruoyan fanned herself, dressed like a member of a wealthy family. There were no fake scars or veils on her face, and only 2 strands of hair casually dangled down her forehead. Because of her purposefully thickened eyebrows, her face appeared even more dashing. Walking beside Li Mo, even if Yun Ruoyan's aura was lacking, her appearance was definitely outstanding. Alright, let's go take a look. Li Mo strode in front of her. Hey! You're really going. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly followed behind Li Mo. Hey, the two of you are so handsome. Come, I'll drink with you for free. As soon as the two of them arrived at the entrance of the brothel, a scantily clad woman twisted her hips and pounced on Li Mo. Hey, what are you doing? Yun Ruoyan hurriedly stood in front of Li Mo, preventing the woman from taking advantage of him. Hey, what a handsome face. The woman couldn't help but reach out to touch Yun Ruoyan's face. Ouch! The woman suddenly let out a pained cry as Li Mo grabbed her wrist. Sir, let go. What are you doing? The woman begged. She's mine. If you touch her, I'll chop off your hand, Li Mo replied coldly. Chapter 213. So the two of you are gay. Then what are you doing here? The seductress cried out tearfully, drawing a few gazes in their direction. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly dragged Li Mo out of the brothel, laughing to herself the entire way. As the night grew darker, the Yuelu villa finally quieted down. Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan hid in a secluded area, and after sending off the last of the guests, the Yuelu villa finally quieted down. The two of them didn't have to wait for long before a carriage entered the villa. The Yuelu villa didn't allow carriages, so it was clear that the occupants of this carriage weren't ordinary. The two of them followed the carriage into a secluded but elegant courtyard. When the carriage stopped, 2 people alighted. Under the moonlight, Yun Ruoyan could see that they were a white-haired old man and a young man. The old man was none other than the head of the Yuelu villa, Dongtie, and the young man was his grandson, the 4th prince, Li Qianyue. The two of them alighted from the carriage and entered the main residence. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo silently leapt onto the roof of the main residence. The Yuelu villa had been under constant surveillance by the slaughtering king's secret guards, and Li Mo had received news that Dongtie had spent the past 2 days in the city trying to find a way to enter Kongming Academy. Liemo lifted a glazed tile, and the two of them looked down. I've already discussed it with Rong Yuan. He'll bring you to the Kongming Peak under the guise of visiting his brother, and you'll disguise yourself as his study boy to sneak into the tower. The all-seeing mirror is at the top of the tower, and once you find it, follow my instructions, Dong Tiehe instructed Li Qianyue. Yes, grandfather, Li Qianyue replied respectfully. This is very important. Once it's done, you'll be able to establish a connection with the alternate dimension. I've told you since you were young that the Qinyuan continent is nothing compared to the alternate dimension. I want to see you enter the boundless universe and become a truly strong cultivator. Dong Tiehe's voice was filled with excitement. Understands. Go make some preparations, and we'll set off tomorrow. Not long after Li Qianyue left, Dong Tiehe went to bed, and Liemo and Yun Ruoyan quietly left. Liemo, are there really other realms other than the Qinyuan continent? Yun Ruoyan asked Liemo. Of course. Liemo replied, but this is a secret that only those who are related to Kongming Academy are allowed to know. Now that you're a member of Kongming Academy, I'll tell you about it. From Liemo, Yun Ruoyan had learned that other than the Qinyuan continent, there were many other parallel dimensions, and that the Qinyuan continent was the most inconspicuous of them all. It was precisely because it was inconspicuous that it was content in a corner. Just as Yun Ruoyan thought he was going to say something, Yun Lan told her to leave. Yun Ruoyan hadn't walked far when she saw Madame being supported by Yi Qianying. Yun Ruoyan was just about to sneak into a side alley when she heard Yi Qianying's voice. Do you have a guilty conscience? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yun Ruoyan stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked at the two people who were walking towards her. Madame Anne's face was haggard, but her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Yun Ruoyan. By her side, Yi Qianying had a sinister smile on her face. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yun Ruoyan countered. You killed Sister Ruoyao, and now you don't even dare to see Mother. If that's not a guilty conscience, then what is it? Yi Qianying asked. Yi Qianying, you're getting better and better at spouting nonsense. Yun Ruoyan was amused by Yi Qianying's nonsense. Alright, I'll give you a chance to tell me how I killed Yun Ruoyao. Yun Ruoyan crossed her arms in front of her chest, ready to listen. You lured me and Sister Ruoyao into a horde of magical beasts, then watched coldly from the sidelines. Fortunately, young Master Pei arrived in time to save me. Sister Ruoyao, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. She was surrounded by so many magical beasts and died so tragically. Yi Qianying had always been an expert at making up stories, and she was even more skilled at making up stories with emotion. As Yi Qianying spoke, she glanced sideways at Madame, whose entire body was trembling with grief and indignation. As long as someone was willing to believe it, a lie could become the truth. Mother, you have to get justice for Sister Ruoyao, don't you? Yi Qianying added fuel to the fire. Yun Ruoyan, you killed my daughter. I'll make you pay for it with your life. Madame finally exploded, pouncing at Yun Ruoyan. Her cultivation was low, and she was no match for Yun Ruoyan. However, Yun Ruoyan couldn't use her spiritual energy to harm her, so she could only nimbly dodge Madame Anne's attacks. Madame, however, wouldn't let Yun Ruoyan off the hook. She grabbed Yun Ruoyan's arm and began pestering her like a shrew. Yun Ruoyan grabbed Madame Anne's hand and twisted it hard, causing Madame to cry out in pain. Help, help! The second miss is hitting the matriarch. The servants by Madame and Yi Qianying's sides began to shout, and their voices quickly attracted the attention of many servants. Hurry up and report this to the master. What are you all standing around for? Yi Qianying couldn't join the crowd in watching the commotion. She shouted at the crowd before attacking Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan, how dare you hit your own mother? You're insane. Let go of mother. Yi Qianying clawed at Yun Ruoyan. It looked like Yi Qianying was only trying to pull Yun Ruoyan away, but she had actually used spiritual energy to do so. Her claw seemed to be aimed at Yun Ruoyan's shoulder, but it suddenly changed direction and went for Yun Ruoyan's neck. Yun Ruoyan reacted quickly. She clenched two fingers together, and a speck of spiritual energy appeared on her fingertips. She then tapped Yi Qianying's palm. Ah! Yi Qianying felt a gust of air pass through her heart, causing her to scream and fall to the ground. Why did the second miss start fighting with the matriarch and cousin as soon as she returned? I heard that the first miss was killed in the imperial territory because of the second miss. The servants discussed the commotion as they watched their master. Stop! Just then, Yunlan's voice came from afar. The servants quickly stepped aside as Yun Ruoyan strode over. Master! When Madame saw Yunlan, she immediately let go of Yun Ruoyan's hand and tried to struggle free. As soon as Yun Ruoyan let go, Madame Anne's foot slipped and she slammed into a nearby rock, her face bleeding profusely. Aunt! Yi Qianying shouted as she rushed over to help Madame Anne up. Madame Anne cried out, Master, you have to help me and Ruoyao. Uncle, Yi Qianying called out. Yun Ruoyan has been behaving atrociously toward Aunt as soon as she's returned. Aren't you going to do something about it? Yunlan glanced sideways at Yi Qianying. This is a matter of the Yun family, and there's no need for you to worry about it. I'll take care of it myself. Yi Qianying hurriedly reined in her anger. Qianying has crossed the line, Yi Qianying said. But please, uncle, help Sister Ruoyao and Aunt Ruoyao. Father, Yun Ruoyan interjected. Eldest sister's death has nothing to do with me, and the second madam fell on her own. What does it have to do with me? Yun Ruoyan looked at Yunlan, not dodging his gaze in the slightest. Master! Madame Anne pounced at Yunlan. Yao was clearly killed by her, and she's still trying to deny it. Master, you have to help our daughter. Chapter 2:14. Madame Anne's face was covered in blood and tears, and she looked particularly pitiful. Master, we've known each other for decades, and you've doted on Yao since she was young. Are you really going to let her die like this, and let me be bullied like this? Madame Anne's pitiful state didn't seem to affect Yunlan. He glanced at Madame Anne coolly, then ordered for her to be taken away and treated by a physician. After Miss Anne's death, Madame Anne's mind is in a mess, and her words can't be trusted, Yunlan declared loudly. If anyone dares to spread rumors, they'll be punished according to the house rules. The servants hurriedly nodded and dispersed. Yi Qianying was shocked by Yunlan's attitude toward Yun Ruoyan. The entire Yun family knew that Yunlan didn't like Yun Ruoyan, and even after Yun Ruoyan had changed, Yunlan's attitude toward her had only improved slightly. Yi Qianying had wanted to use Madame Anne to deal with Yun Ruoyan, but she hadn't expected Yunlan to be so protective of her. Yi Qianying had no choice but to leave with the crowd. Father, I'll be excusing myself as well, Yun Ruoyan announced. Yunlan looked at Yun Ruoyan, who hadn't shown the slightest hint of panic. Father, Master still has to train with me for the next 2 days. Can I go rest? Seeing no response from her father, Yun Ruoyan brought up Liamo. Only then did Yunlan seem to react. Rest for a while, then go visit your grandmother. Your sister's death has saddened her. Yun Ruoyan nodded and turned to leave. Yunlan stared at her back until she disappeared around the corner. Shilan and Xiao were naturally overjoyed to see Yun Ruoyan, but Yun Ruoyan found it strange that she hadn't seen her father for so long. Shilan excitedly told Yun Ruoyan, young Master Yun is now the capital's left general, and he has to go to work early in the morning. He should be back soon, though. As soon as Shilan finished speaking, Yun Ma Xiao stepped into the rippling waves courtyard. Clad in silver armor, Yun Ma Xiao was tall and handsome. He looked very handsome. "Brother, you're so handsome." Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but compliment her. Yun Ma Xiao laughed heartily and patted Yun Ruoyan's shoulder, telling her that she'd lost weight again and that he'd have to give her some nourishment when they got back. "Well, I told you to wait for my good news. I didn't disappoint you, did I?" Yun Ruoyan asked proudly. In his heart, Yun Ruoyan had always been the best, but he rarely praised her verbally. This time, however, he didn't hold back on the compliments he'd heartily bestowed upon Yun Ruoyan. "There's something grandfather didn't tell you. Let me tell you." In Yun Ruoyan's living room, Yun Ma Xiao spoke as soon as he sat down. "What is it, brother?" Yun Ruoyan's expression turned serious as well. "Is there news of mother's condition?" Yun Ma Xiao told her that not long after he'd sent her to the Kongming Mountain, he'd gone to the temple that Lin Bo had investigated, but by the time he'd arrived, the temple was already empty. How could this be? Did someone give them information in advance? Yun Ruoyan asked in surprise. "That's very likely," Yun Ma Xiao replied. "But who could it be?" Yun Ma Xiao had been trying to eliminate all possible sources of information, but there seemed to be only one possibility. It couldn't be Lin Bo, Yun Ruoyan guessed. Yun Ruoyan could guess what her brother was thinking. "Uncle Lin practically watched me, Qingchen, and Qingxue grow up. He's a member of the Lin family, and he wouldn't betray the Lins." Grandfather said the same thing. Yun Ma Xiao sighed. "Only the few of us know about this. Other than you, grandfather, and me, Lin Bo is the most suspicious." "No. There must be someone else who knows about this, but we just haven't noticed." Just then, Peony came to report that Qin Jianmei had brought Yun Ruoyu over. Yun Ruoyan was surprised. Qin Jianmei rarely left her cottage, and the last time she'd come was to plead on Yun Ruoyu's behalf. Why was Qin Jianmei here as soon as she returned? Did something happen? Yun Ruoyan and Yun Ma Xiao stood up to greet her. "Third Miss, why've you lost so much weight?" Qin Jianmei held Yun Ruoyan's hand affectionately. Before going to Kongming Academy, Yun Ruoyan had indeed put on a lot of weight, but the events of the trial had caused her to lose even more weight. "I'll prepare some tonics for you tonight and have Ruoyu deliver them to you," Qin Jianmei instructed. "Thank you, madam." Although Yun Ruoyan wasn't close to Qin Jianmei, she didn't dislike her either. In the Yun family, Qin Jianmei was one of the few sensible people around her. "Sister Ruoyan, what's Kongming Academy like?" Yun Ruoyu asked. Yun Ruoyu had lost the opportunity to participate in the trial because of her illness, and her tone was one of regret and yearning. Because she had just recovered from her illness, Yun Ruoyu's complexion didn't look too good, and she appeared much more frail than before. However, the feeling he gave off was much better than his previous unruly self. "You're still young, and you'll still have a chance to participate in the trial in the future." Yun Ruoyan softened her tone when she saw that Yun Ruoyan had become more obedient. Yun Ruoyu shook her head. Given her cultivation, it was likely that she wouldn't be able to walk out of the trial alive, just like Yun Ruoyu. As such, it was best for her to stay by her mother's side. Perhaps frightened by Yun Ruoyu's death, Yun Ruoyu actually began to tremble when she mentioned the trial. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh. Even Yun Ruoyu's personality had become gentler and gentler with Qin Jianmei. After chatting for a while in Yun Ruoyan's quarters, they headed to the Yun matriarch's quarters to pay their respects. Just like that, the day passed. The next day, Yun Ma Xiao had to work the morning shift, so Yun Ruoyan went to the Lin Manor alone. By the time Yun Ruoyan arrived, Lin Zainan was in the midst of his morning cultivation, so she didn't disturb him. Instead, she went to the bamboo garden to find Lin Qingchen. As soon as Yun Ruoyan entered the garden, she saw Lin Qingchen squatting by the pond. "Qingchen," Yun Ruoyan called out. When Lin Qingchen saw Yun Ruoyan, she greeted back, "Sister Ruoyan." Yun Ruoyan saw that Lin Qingchen's face was rather tired. "Qingchen, what's the matter? Are you tired from the journey?" Lin Qingchen, Yun Ruoyan had returned from Kongming Academy on the same Inferno steeds. After 3 days of travel, it was only natural that they would be tired. However, Lin Qingchen shook her head. She then looked at the pond with a worried expression. "I don't know what's wrong with Whitey, but it's been so excited ever since I got back. Last night, it made so much noise that it scared the catfish doll half to death." Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but look at the pond, but it was empty. "Where's the catfish doll?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "It was so scared by Whitey last night that it kept crying. This morning, Qingxue brought it to the Peach Blossom Gardens," Lin Qingchen replied. "How's Whitey now?" Yun Ruoyan looked at Whitey, who was coiled at the bottom of the lake. "Why isn't it moving at all?" "It made so much noise last night that it's probably tired," Lin Qingchen explained. Suddenly, Zhuo Lin's cry came from a nearby bamboo forest, where many of Lin Qingchen's magical beasts were being reared. "Lin, what's the matter?" Lin Qingchen stood up and ran toward the bamboo forest, and Yun Ruoyan followed closely behind. Before the two of them could reach her, Zhuo Lin ran out of the bamboo forest, followed by a ferocious, fiery red bird-type magical beast that looked like a chicken. The beast followed Zhuo Lin the entire way, flapping its heavy wings and leaping into the air. It then scratched Zhuo Lin's hair with its claws. Yun Ruoyan picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the chicken. With a squeak, the chicken fell to the ground. "Where did this chicken come from?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "I saved it from a restaurant, and I brought it back because I saw that it could understand humans." Zhuo Lin bent over, panting. Her forehead was beaded with sweat, and it was clear that she had suffered quite a fright. Yun Ruoyan looked left and right, but she couldn't tell how the chicken could understand humans. "It's so fierce, but it's quite fat. Why don't you get your brother to roast it for lunch?" The fat chicken seemed to understand Yun Ruoyan's words. It jumped up from the ground and pounced toward Yun Ruoyan. The attack was so sudden that Yun Ruoyan couldn't dodge in time. She blocked it with her hand, but the back of her hand felt a sharp pain. The chicken had scratched her. Yun Ruoyan grabbed the chicken's wings and stared at its beady eyes. "It really does understand humans, but it's too fierce. Small magical beasts like this could be kept as pets if they could understand humans, and they could sell for a high price on the market. However, this chicken was so fierce that no one would want it." Lin Qingchen took the chicken from Yun Ruoyan's hands and flicked the back of its head, knocking it out. Then, Lin Qingchen handed the chicken over to Zhuo Lin. "Ruoyan, your hand's bleeding." Lin Qingchen took Yun Ruoyan's hand and examined it. There were 3 scratches on the back of Yun Ruoyan's hand. The wounds weren't too deep, but blood still flowed out. "Let's go inside. I'll help you." Lin Qingchen pulled Yun Ruoyan into the house. Just then, something strange happened. The blood on Yun Ruoyan's hand accidentally flowed onto the snake ring on Lin Qingchen's finger. No one noticed this small detail. Lin Qingchen only felt the ring on her hand suddenly heat up, and this heat soon became a burning sensation. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but stop, let go of Yun Ruoyan's hand, and look at the ring on her finger. "What's wrong?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "Ruoyan, look." Lin Qingchen showed the ring to Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan was surprised to see that the serpent carving on the ring seemed to come to life, its two eyes flashing with a red light. Chapter 2:15. A snake ring anomaly. Yun Ruoyan blurted out. Is this the first time you've seen something like this happen? The same thing happened in the trial last time, Yun Ruoyan replied. If not for this sudden turn of events, Lin Qingchen would have almost forgotten about the snake ring anomaly. Splash! As soon as Lin Qingchen finished speaking, Whitey suddenly leapt out of the pool, splashing the water high into the air. Yun Ruoyan had to pull Lin Qingchen back a few steps to prevent herself from becoming a drenched chicken. Whitey! Lin Qingchen called out to Whitey. It floated on the surface of the water, its two round eyes turning scarlet as it stared unblinkingly at Lin Qingchen. More accurately, it was staring at the snake ring on Lin Qingchen's finger. Its gaze was so frightening that Whitey, which had always given off a harmless and adorable vibe, suddenly seemed ferocious. Qingchen, does Whitey still listen to your commands? Yun Ruoyan asked. Magical beasts usually obeyed their master's commands and wouldn't do anything to harm their masters. However, Whitey was showing signs of losing control. Its face was ferocious, and its mouth was open to reveal its sharp teeth and red forked tongue. I'm not sure either. Whitey hasn't been acting normally since last night, and now it seems like it won't listen to my commands at all, Lin Qingchen replied anxiously. Try using the snake ring to control Whitey again, Yun Ruoyan instructed. Before Lin Qingchen had formed a blood contract with Whitey, she had always used the snake ring to control it. All right. Lin Qingchen pointed the ring at Whitey and injected a thread of mental energy into it. As soon as her psychic energy entered the ring, Lin Qingchen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She staggered and couldn't help but cry out, "Oh!" Yun Ruoyan supported Lin Qingchen with one hand and asked her what was wrong. Those eyes, those demonic eyes that appeared in my mind. Lin Qingchen held her head, her expression pained. Lin Qingchen held her head and said with a pained expression, it turned crimson, so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Sister Ruoyan, I'm so dizzy. As she spoke, Lin Qingchen's body softened. Seeing this, Yun Ruoyan immediately took the snake ring off Lin Qingchen's finger and put it on her own finger. The moment Yun Ruoyan put the ring on her finger, Whitey suddenly pounced at her with its mouth wide open. Lin Qingchen was now lying on the ground, completely powerless. Afraid of hurting her, Yun Ruoyan led Whitey elsewhere. When Zhuolin heard the commotion, she hurriedly ran out of the bamboo forest. As Zhuolin watched Whitey chase after Yun Ruoyan, she didn't know what was going on. Whitey had always been very obedient, so why did it suddenly go berserk? Lin take Qingchen away. Yun Ruoyan called out to Zhuolin Only then did Zhuolin react. She hurriedly ran over and helped Lin Qingchen into the house before running off to find someone to help. Yun Ruoyan hadn't expected Whitey to be so much more powerful than she'd imagined. It could spit out a stream of water from its mouth, shattering rocks wherever it hit. Whitey's lethality was immense, and she had to restrain it as soon as possible. After dodging a few times, Yun Ruoyan finally found an opening. She pointed the ring at Whitey and injected a bit of her mental energy into it. The moment Yun Ruoyan's mental energy entered the ring, a pair of crimson demonic eyes appeared in her mind. A violent wave of dizziness swept over her. She closed her eyes and used her mental energy to stare at the pair of scarlet eyes, trying her best to resist the dizziness. The crimson eyes actually dimmed under Yun Ruoyan's stare, and the dizziness quickly disappeared. When Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes again, they had turned a strange crimson color. When the crazed Whitey saw Yun Ruoyan's crimson eyes, its thick body actually trembled slightly. Yun Ruoyan's crimson eyes stared unblinkingly at Whitey. At the same time, she walked toward it step by step. It was as if Yun Ruoyan had suddenly transformed into a completely different person, and her entire body exuded a strange aura. Whitey had already gotten out of the pool, but Yun Ruoyan was forcing it back into the pool. Kill it! Kill it! A low, strange voice echoed in Yun Ruoyan's mind, telling her to kill Whitey over and over again. Why? Yun Ruoyan asked the voice in her mind. Because the silver dragons and demonic dragons are natural enemies, so you have to kill it. What silver dragon? What demonic dragon? I don't understand what you're saying. You'll understand sooner or later. Now, you have to kill it, kill it. That low, strange voice urged Yun Ruoyan over and over again, like a curse. The dizziness that had disappeared earlier returned, tormenting Yun Ruoyan's willpower along with the voice. No, who are you? Why should I listen to you? Yun Ruoyan tried her best to resist the mysterious force's control, but her resistance grew weaker and weaker. Within the slaughtering king's manor, Su Bei was handing a letter to Li Mo. It was a letter from the first elder. The letter stated that Rong Tianling and Li Qianyue had arrived at Kongming Academy. Rong Tianling had left very quickly, but Li Qianyue had remained at Kongming Academy as a journeyman apothecary. Presumably, the operation would begin very soon. Li Mo's reply was for the first elder to act according to plan. As soon as Su Bei left with the letter, Li Mo felt a sharp pain in his finger. The Qilin bracelet was sending a signal to Li Mo that Yun Ruoyan was in danger. Li Mo immediately flew toward Yun Ruoyan's manor. At this moment, Yun Ruoyan's bloodshot eyes looked as if they were about to drip blood. Finally, all resistance was broken. Yun Ruoyan's body suddenly soared into the air and swept towards Little White. Little White crawled on the surface of the water. It was completely stunned by the mysterious power and could not resist at all. Yun Ruoyan pulled out her dark steel dagger and raised it high toward Whitey's head. Just as the dagger was about to pierce through, she heard Lin Qingqian scream. Sister Ruoyan, don't. Don't kill Whitey. Lin Qingqian weakly leaned against the door and pleaded, Whitey's my contracted beast, Sister Ruoyan, please don't kill it. Lin Qingqian's voice brought Yun Ruoyan back to her senses, and she immediately stopped. What are you hesitating for? Kill it. It's a member of the Silver Dragon clan, our natural enemy. Kill it now. That low, strange voice forced Yun Ruoyan over and over again. No, I can't. Whitey's Qingqian's contracted beast. I can't kill it, I can't. Yun Ruoyan's resistance was met with an intense headache and a sense of dizziness. This dizziness caused Yun Ruoyan's vision to begin to blur. Countless pairs of crimson eyes appeared in the illusion, but these crimson eyes gave Yun Ruoyan a familiar feeling, as if she had seen them somewhere before. However, she couldn't remember where she had seen them before. Who are you? Yun Ruoyan clutched her head and shouted, Get out of my head. Cho, where are you? Yun Ruoyan called out to Cho, but it seemed to have disappeared. Lin Qingqian was also stunned by Yun Ruoyan's behavior. She had never seen Yun Ruoyan in such a frenzied state. She wanted to go over and help her, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Lin Qingqian was certain that this was all because of the snake ring on Yun Ruoyan's finger. Just then, Zhuo Lin rushed over with Zhuo Yifeng and Lin Zainin. Grandfather, Brother Zhuo, there's something wrong with Qingqian's ring. Hurry up and take it off for her. Lin Qingqian shouted. The two of them walked toward the frenzied Yun Ruoyan, intending to restrain her and take off her ring. However, Yun Ruoyan's attacks were so powerful that neither of them could get close to her. If not for the fact that Yun Ruoyan still had a shred of consciousness, both of them would have been injured by her. Just as the two of them were panicking, a sword flew toward them from afar. When Li Mo saw the frenzied Yun Ruoyan, his brows furrowed and he rushed forward. Yun Ruoyan saw Li Mo, but she couldn't control herself and attacked him. Her sharp dagger stabbed toward Li Mo, but he dodged it and reached out to grab Yun Ruoyan's wrist. With his other hand, he pressed 2 fingers between her eyebrows. A sliver of mental energy entered Yun Ruoyan's mind from Li Mo's fingertips, and Li Mo saw a pair of scarlet eyes in her mind. "Where did you come from, demon? How dare you hurt my people?" Li Mo shouted. The eyes stared intently at Li Mo, and only after a long while did it speak in a low, eerie voice, "You have the blood of the silver dragons in your veins, but not all of it. Where did you come from, bastard? It's not up to a demon like you to ask me who I am." Li Mo felt that this pair of eyes was extremely strange, and that it contained a power that he didn't understand. As such, he didn't intend to waste any more time on it. Instead, he retracted his mental energy and pressed a finger against an acupoint on Yun Ruoyan's abdomen, temporarily sealing her spiritual energy. Yun Ruoyan's body went limp, and she collapsed into Li Mo's embrace, her eyes glazed over, and she lost consciousness. Li Mo held Yun Ruoyan in his arms and summoned a sword under his feet. "Where are you taking her?" Zhuifeng frowned and yelled at Li Mo in displeasure. "What does that have to do with you?" Li Mo's cold gaze swept over Zhuifeng. "Put her down." Zhuifeng was about to step forward, but Zhuo Lin held him back. Li Mo turned to Lin Zainin. "Master Lin, there's something wrong with Yen Er's body. I'm going to take her back and examine her closely." Li Mo was only instructing, not asking. Lin Zainin had always known of Li Mo's relationship with Yun Ruoyan, and he naturally wouldn't stop him. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Your Highness," Lin Zainin replied. "The snake ring on Ruoyan's finger is a little strange. Please keep an eye on it, Your Highness." Li Mo nodded and left on his sword with Yun Ruoyan. Chapter 216. Zhuifeng looked at the sword in the sky, his expression ugly. When he had seen Li Mo appear at Kongming Academy as an instructor and accept Yun Ruoyan as his disciple, Zhuifeng's heart had been as heavy as a rock. He felt as though the distance between him and Zhuifeng was like the distance between a pebble on the ground and the galaxy in the sky. Yun Ruoyan, like Li Mo, was the most dazzling existence in the galaxy. It seemed impossible for him to approach Yun Ruoyan and challenge Li Mo as a rock. The weight on Zhuifeng's heart grew heavier and heavier, almost to the point where he couldn't breathe. "Brother." Zhuo Lin sensed Zhuifeng's abnormality and tugged on his sleeve. Zhuifeng turned to look at his sister and forced a smile. Then, his gaze turned to the horizon, and his gaze became resolute. "Li Mo, you'll regret not getting rid of me sooner." On the sword, Li Mo tried to remove the ring from Yun Ruoyan's finger, but it was as though the ring had grown from her finger. Every time Li Mo tried to remove the ring, Yun Ruoyan's face would contort in pain. Li Mo didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he decided to bring Yun Ruoyan to the First Elder. Li Mo steered the sword toward Kongming Academy. Back in the tower, Li Mo placed Yun Ruoyan on a soft couch, and the First Elder walked up to check on her condition. Yun Ruoyan's eyes were tightly shut, her brows furrowed, and a faint black aura lingered around her face. "Demonic energy has entered her body," the First Elder murmured. "Where did she get the demonic energy from?" "It's this ring." Li Mo lifted Yun Ruoyan's right hand. "That ring contains a sliver of the ring's owner's spiritual sense, and its aura is strange. Could it be a legendary demon?" When the First Elder heard Li Mo's words, his expression turned even more solemn. He extended 2 fingers and placed them between Yunruoyan's brows. A pair of demonic eyes appeared in the first elder's mind. An ordinary mortal dares to spy on me. You're courting death. That gaze shot a sharp glare at the great elder's wisp of spiritual power. Ah! The great elder let out a low cry as his mental power was forced out. What powerful magic power! The first elder's face had turned pale in a short period of time. As he looked at the ring on Yunruoyan's finger, his white brows furrowed deeply. Just then, Liemo noticed that one of the wounds on the back of Yunruoyan's hand was still bleeding. When Liemo first saw these wounds, he didn't pay much attention to them, because they were just ordinary wounds that would heal on their own after some time. But after a few hours, 2 of the 3 wounds on the back of Yunruoyan's hand had already healed, but the one in the middle was still bleeding like a new one. Upon closer inspection, Liemo discovered that the long scratch had extended all the way to the snake ring on Yunruoyan's middle finger, and all the blood that had seeped out from the back of her hand had been absorbed by the ring. Master, we have to think of a way to remove this ring from Yen-Er's hand, Liemo murmured to the first elder. The first elder's pale face regained some color. The demons were chased out of the Qinyuan continent 1,000 years ago, he said slowly. This ring should have been left behind 1,000 years ago. For some reason, the previous owner of this ring seems to have set his sights on this young lady. I'm afraid that this will be difficult. This ring is constantly absorbing Yen-Er's blood, and I'm afraid that she won't be able to hold on for long. As long as there's a way, I'll give it a try, no matter how difficult it is. There's an exorcism formation in Kongming Academy that's been passed down for 1,000 years, but I've never activated it, nor have I seen anyone else do so. If I were to activate it now, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. Master, I want to use the exorcism array to exorcise Yen-Er's demon right now. The first elder stared at Liemo for a long while, but seeing that he didn't seem to be swayed, he finally sighed. Follow me. Liemo carried Yunruoyan and followed the first elder to the lowest level of the tower. The all-seeing mirror was placed there, and it wasn't specially protected. As long as one was a peak 9th rank blade master and wasn't afraid of heavenly punishment, they could activate the all-seeing mirror. However, only the first elder had the right to open the lowest level of the tower. This was where Kongming Academy's most precious treasures were stored, and it could be said to be the Academy's secret treasury. The first elder used a key to open the door to the basement, and Liemo followed the first elder into the treasury. It was a long corridor lined with doors on both sides. The first elder opened one of the doors and walked in, and Liemo followed closely behind. As they walked in, Liemo saw that they were in a small chamber. The walls and floor were all made of limestone, and a luminous pearl embedded in the wall illuminated the chamber. By the light of the pearl, Liemo could see that the walls and floor of the chamber were all covered with complicated array inscriptions. These inscriptions were so profound that even Liemo couldn't understand them. This is the exorcism formation. The first elder began. In order to activate the formation, a person with a large amount of spiritual energy has to inject it through the eye of the formation. Only when all of the inscriptions are covered with spiritual energy can the formation be activated. All you have to do is place the affected person in the center of the formation. The more spiritual energy you have, the more effective the formation will be, but if you don't have enough spiritual energy, you'll easily be devoured by the demonic energy, the first elder continued. I've never seen anyone activate this formation before, so I don't know how much spiritual energy is required to activate it. Sunemo, don't overexert yourself and hurt yourself. Master, I know what I'm doing. Liemo gently placed Yunruoyan in the center of the formation, glanced at the wound on the back of her right hand, then turned to the first elder. I'm going to begin. All right, I'll protect you. The first elder walked out of the chamber. Liamo walked up to the eye of the formation, placed both hands on it, and began to inject spiritual energy into it. As Liamo's spiritual energy flowed into it, the formation, which had been silent for thousands of years, began to glow. The brighter and brighter light gathered at the center of the formation, enveloping Yunruoyan within. In the darkness, Yunruoyan seemed to hear Liamo calling out to her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of crimson eyes staring back at her. Remember, you and I are the same kind of person, and will meet again sooner or later. The crimson eyes finally closed. Wake up, Liamo's voice grew clearer and clearer, and Yunruoyan finally opened her eyes. Liamo's somewhat pale face entered Yunruoyan's vision. Liamo, where are we? Yunruoyan looked around. This is a demon exorcism formation. You're fine now. When Liamo saw that the scratches on the back of Yunruoyan's hand had all healed, his pale face relaxed. Ah! It hurts. Yunruoyan cried out, her gaze landing on her finger. Liamo frowned. Just as he was about to remove the ring from Yunruoyan's hand, he found that the ring seemed to be attached to her hand, and he couldn't remove it. After realizing this problem, the relaxed expression on his face was quickly replaced by a solemn expression. First Elder, what's going on? Why can't the ring be removed even after the exorcism was successful? Liamo brought Yunruoyan back to the second floor of the tower. The First Elder's white brows were tightly furrowed, clearly unsure of the reason for this problem. The Qinyuan continent hasn't had anything to do with demons in the last 1,000 years, and humans know very little about them. Cho-Cho. Yunruoyan sat down on a soft couch and tried to call out to Cho-Cho. Just as she was trying to figure out why she had completely lost contact with Cho-Cho when the demonic energy had invaded her body, Yunruoyan suddenly stopped. Mistress. After calling out a few times, Cho-Cho finally responded. After a series of simple questioning, Yunruoyan found out that when the demonic energy had invaded her body, the pocket dimension of the silver bracelet had also been filled with a strange fog, which had cut off Cho-Cho's connection with her. Cho-Cho also told Yunruoyan that the reason why the ring couldn't be removed was because it had drunk her blood. However, when Yunruoyan asked Cho-Cho how to remove the ring, Cho-Cho didn't know either. There's one person who might know. Liamo suddenly thought of someone. That old fellow must know. Liamo had wanted to bring Yunruoyan to the Minghuang mountain immediately, but activating the exorcism array had consumed too much of his spiritual energy, and Yunruoyan's body was a little weak. There was also a tall tower in the northern college of Kongming Academy, but it was relatively low in elevation. The second elder brought Rong Tianling and Rong Tianhai to a room within the tower, where a woman lay on a wooden couch. This woman was none other than Rong Yuashan. Shan, my child, wake up. Rong Tianling called out to the unconscious Rong Yuashan. Rong Yuashan slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Rong Tianling, her eyes were filled with fear. Father. I'm useless. I couldn't kill him, kill Yunruoyan. Don't say any more, my good child. Your safety is more important than anything else. Seeing that Rong Tianling was acting like a loving father, Rong Yuashan relaxed a little. Shan, rest well. When you're better, I'll come visit you again. Rong Tianling tucked Rong Yuashan in with a blanket, then followed the second elder out of the room. Thank you, second elder, for saving my daughter. Rong Tianling bowed deeply to the second elder. Yes. The second elder clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly, his expression as serious as ever. This is a high-grade pill. Rong Tianling took out a jade bottle from his robes and handed it to the second elder. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't bring anything valuable with me. This jade bottle was a simple gift to thank the second elder for saving his daughter. I'll be sure to reward you handsomely in the future. However, the second elder didn't extend his hand. Instead, he looked at the bottle with a much gentler gaze. After stroking his beard for a moment, the second elder continued, "Your daughter is quite talented, and I'm interested in taking her as my disciple. What do you think, uncle?" Chapter 217. Rong Tianling had heard from Rong Tianhai that the second elder was interested in taking Yushan in as a disciple, but hearing it from his own mouth still excited him greatly. "It's my daughter's fortune that the second elder wishes to take Yushan as a disciple, and I naturally have no objections," Rong Tianling replied. "But she was eliminated in the trial, so, brother, you don't have to worry about that." "Master must have a plan in mind," Rong Tianhai replied. Rong Tianhai had initially been quite surprised by the second elder's desire to take Yushan in as a disciple. That way, his niece would become his junior sister. However, to be able to become the second elder's disciple despite having been eliminated was indeed a great blessing. How could the Rong family refuse? Rong Tianhai and Rong Tianling emerged from the northern tower. Rong Tianling bade Rong Tianhai farewell, and Rong Tianhai personally escorted him down Kongming Peak. Li Qianyue, who had disguised himself as his attendant, went to the crown prince's residence. "Fourth brother, you're really a rare guest. Why did you think of coming to play with me with uncle today?" Li Qianshao and Li Qianyue sat in a pavilion in a picturesque garden, leisurely sipping tea. Li Qianyue rarely stayed in the capital, so he wasn't familiar with any of his brothers. Because of this, Li Qianyuan was quite surprised by Li Qianyue's sudden arrival. "I've been roaming the Jianghu for a long time, and I've always wanted to visit Kongming Academy. It just so happened that uncle was coming this time, so I disguised myself as his attendant." Li Qianyue continued, "Uncle's leaving, but I haven't had enough fun yet, so I thought of coming here. Would it be convenient for me to stay here for a few days?" Li Qianyue looked around the courtyard and smiled. "Brother, I heard that your new concubine has also entered Kongming Academy. I'm sure you won't be lonely now that you have someone to spend the rest of your life with, right?" "She's returned to the capital," Li Qianshao replied. Li Qianshao replied calmly, "You can stay here as long as you want. I don't want to be alone with her when she comes back." Li Qianshao had originally planned to return to the capital during the holidays, but when he remembered that he wanted to be with Yi Qianying, he excused himself as an excuse to stay. "What happened?" Li Qianyue laughed. "Did you two have some sort of conflict? Although she's a concubine, Imperial brother can't bully her as he pleases, can he? As long as she doesn't provoke me, I naturally won't bully her. At most, she'll just be a decoration," Li Qianshao replied nonchalantly. In the evening, at Li Qianyue's request, Li Qianshao took him on a tour around Kongming Academy. Because it was a holiday, there were not many people in the academy. The two of them strolled leisurely along the road. Li Qianyue looked in the direction of the bell and asked, "Brother, what kind of place is that pagoda?" "That's the Southern College's tower, where the first elder cultivates," Li Qianshao replied. "I'm currently cultivating in the Southern College. If there's a chance, I'll take you there. Why do we have to wait for an opportunity? Can't we go now?" Li Qianyue asked. "Everyone's on vacation, so there's no one in the Southern College. The gates are locked," Li Qianshao replied. "Oh, so that's how it is." Li Qianyue looked in the direction of the tower and nodded thoughtfully. That night, Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo were cultivating in the tower when the first elder walked in with Shui Yun in tow. When they heard the footsteps, the two of them opened their eyes. "Senior Shui Yun." Yun Ruoyan blurted out when she saw Shui Yun behind the first elder. Shui Yun smiled at Yun Ruoyan, then bowed to Liemo as Shui Yun pays her respects to the slaughtering king. Yun Ruoyan knew that Shui Yun was Li Mo's subordinate, but she hadn't expected her to be one of the slaughtering king's servants. Shui Yun reported to Liemo that Li Qianyue had taken up residence in Li Qianxiao's residence, and that he would soon attempt to enter the northern tower. After reporting the situation to Liemo, Shui Yun smiled at Yun Ruoyan. "Miss Yun, I'm a secret guard of the slaughtering king's manor. I've seen you before, but I'm in the dark, and you're out in the open." "I see. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw you." Yun Ruoyan smiled. "Su Shi." Liemo turned to Shui Yun. "Pay close attention to Li Qianyue, and report to the first elder immediately if there's anything out of the ordinary." "Yes, mistress." Shui Yun left. "Sunamo, what do you plan to do next?" the first elder asked. Liemo sat cross-legged on his couch and glanced at Yun Ruoyan, whose face was still a little pale. "At first, I wanted them to use the all-seeing mirror to contact the other realm as soon as possible, so as to lure out the mastermind. But as long as Yen Er's demonic ring remains, I'll have to trouble you to keep a close eye on the mirror and prevent Li Qianyue from succeeding." "That's fine," the first elder replied. "Activating the exorcism array will take quite a toll on you as well, so you'll have to focus on recuperating as well." "Yes, mistress," Liemo replied. After the first elder left, Yun Ruoyan sat down by Liemo's side and rested her head on his shoulder. Liemo had always enjoyed Yun Ruoyan's closeness. "What's the matter, Yen Er?" Liemo tilted his head and touched Yun Ruoyan's forehead with his lips. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but think back to when the demonic energy had invaded her body. "You and I are of the same kind. You're the only descendant of the demonic dragon clan left on the Qinyuan continent, so it's your responsibility to revive the clan." The demonic eye's voice was strange and desolate. At the time, Yun Ruoyan's mind had been extremely weak, and she could only listen to the demonic eye's voice. She had never heard of the demonic dragon clan before. Why would the demonic eye claim that she was a descendant of the demonic dragon clan? She was clearly the daughter of the Yun family's wife-born daughter. Was the demonic eye simply spouting nonsense? Or did the Yun family have some sort of secret that the world didn't know about? Yen Er. Seeing Yun Ruoyan's lifeless eyes, Liemo placed a hand on her shoulder and forced her to look at him. "Yen Er, look at me." "What's wrong?" Liemo took off Yun Ruoyan's veil. Beneath it, Yun Ruoyan's face was flawless, and she didn't have a fake birthmark. Liemo cupped Yun Ruoyan's face in his hands. Yun Ruoyan came back to her senses, but she still looked at Liemo in a daze. After a long pause, she asked, "Liemo, do you know of the Dragon Clan?" "The Dragon Clan?" Liemo frowned. "Yen Er, why are you suddenly asking about it?" Yun Ruoyan was just about to tell Liemo what the demonic eye had said when Chocho stopped her. "Mistress, this matter is of great importance. Before we know what's going on, it's best not to tell anyone about it." At the time, the pocket dimension in the bracelet had been sealed off by demonic energy, and Chocho hadn't heard what the demonic eye had said to Yun Ruoyan. However, Yun Ruoyan had asked Chocho about the matter as soon as she had woken up. Chocho clearly knew a little about the Dragon Clan, but couldn't tell Yun Ruoyan everything because of the restrictions placed on it. Yun Ruoyan would naturally learn about it when the time came. Yun Ruoyan knew that by the time the opportunity presented itself, many things would no longer be within her control. In her past life, she had endured and waited. By the time she knew everything, it would be too late. As a result, Yun Ruoyan didn't intend to listen to Chocho and wait for the right opportunity. She wanted to use her own methods to solve her own mysteries. Yun Ruoyan had wanted Liemo to help her investigate, but she hadn't expected Chocho to stop her. After all, Chocho knew a little about the Dragon Clan, and it had to have its reasons for doing so. As a result, Yunruoyan changed her tone. When I was in the trial, I accidentally went to the bottom of a lake, where I saw a demonic dragon grotto. Demonic dragon grotto? You saw a demonic dragon grotto? Liamo asked 3 times in shock. How did you know that you saw a demonic dragon grotto? Chocho told me, but when I asked him what the demon dragon cave was and what the demon dragon was, Chocho refused to tell me. Liamo, do you know anything about it? Liamo frowned. I do know a little about the demonic dragon. All these years, although Liamo hadn't learned of his mother's whereabouts from the old man in the cave, he had often heard the old man call him a little bastard. At first, Liamo thought that the old man was simply cursing at him, but from the old man's words, Liamo gradually realized that the little bastard wasn't just cursing him. The dragon bloodline must be pure, and a bastard like you is a stain on the Silver Dragon clan. You must be eliminated at all costs, the old man had once said. For this reason, Liamo began to investigate his own origins, as well as everything related to the Dragon Clan. Dragons, phoenixes, cheelants, and other mythical beasts had all disappeared from the Qinyuan continent 1,000 years ago, so Liamo had only been able to find out a few legends and rumors about them. Many years ago, the Dragon Clan had once been a single entity, but for some reason, it had been split into the Demonic Dragon Clan and the Silver Dragon Clan. Later, these 2 clans disappeared one after the other, and people gradually forgot about them. Based on the current situation, the Silver Dragon Clan had gone to another dimension, while the Demonic Dragon Clan had likely been wiped out for some reason. They'd been wiped out. Yunruoyan couldn't help but hear the mysterious voice in her head. You're the only descendant of the Demonic Dragon Clan left on the Qinyuan continent. You're responsible for reviving the clan. That's right. The demonic dragon cave you speak of should be the demonic dragon tomb, where the corpses of demonic dragons are buried. Liamo, I'd like to take a look at the tomb, Yunruoyan said. Liamo thought for a moment. Sure, but we'll have to wait until the first elder activates his all-seeing mirror during the day, and we'll enter the imperial territory together. Liamo wouldn't pass up an opportunity to investigate anything that had to do with the Dragon Clan. However, Liamo had a feeling that the demonic dragon tomb was a very dangerous place. Through the all-seeing mirror, the 2 of them would only need to use their spiritual senses to investigate, and they would be much safer. The next day, Liamo reported the matter to the first elder, who was quite surprised. Kongming Academy had quite a few small dimensions similar to the trial, but he hadn't expected that one of them would contain a demonic dragon tomb. When the all-seeing mirror opened, Liamo and Yunruoyan stood in front of it, hand in hand. Close your eyes, relax your spiritual sense, and follow me. Liamo's voice rang out by Yunruoyan's ear. Yunruoyan's body relaxed as Liamo instructed. Chapter 2:18. Yunruoyan's consciousness followed Liamo out of her body. The all-seeing mirror had already been opened by the first elder, and Yunruoyan was led into the trial. Yunruoyan followed the path she had taken the last time, all the way to the lake in the middle of the oasis. It's at the bottom of this lake. Yunruoyan pointed at the surface of the lake, and the 2 of them sent their consciousnesses into it. As their consciousnesses neared the bottom of the lake, outside the trial, the 2 eyes of the snake carving on Yunruoyan's right hand began to flicker with a mysterious red light. The first elder's gaze landed on the snake ring, and his expression darkened. He had a feeling that, after 1,000 years of peace, the Qinyuan continent would soon be plunged into chaos. The closer they got to the demonic dragon grotto, the more Yunruoyan felt something calling to her, something that caused her to speed up anxiously. On the contrary, however, the closer Liemo got to the grotto, the more he felt a repulsive force, as if telling him that he wasn't welcome. Yun Ruoyan didn't sense Liemo's discomfort as they neared the bottom of the lake. "Little fellow, you're finally back." A low voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the lake. Yun Ruoyan heard it, and so did Liemo. That voice was far more desolate than the one emitted by the Crimson Eyes. "But you've brought an alien with you," the voice continued, its tone dissatisfied. "Who are you?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "I'm the first elder of the demonic dragon clan," the voice replied. "Little fellow, we've waited 1,000 years for you. You're finally here." At the bottom of the lake, above the recess that Yun Ruoyan was about to enter, an illusion suddenly appeared. It was a sea of scorching flames, and numerous black dragons were writhing within the flames. Their low, mournful cries rang out from within the flames, so mournful that Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but join in the mournful cries of the dragons. In contrast to the illusion that Yun Ruoyan had seen, Liemo was facing several abnormally ferocious black dragons. The dragons bared their sharp fangs at him, howling angrily at him to scram. In an instant, Liemo felt the immense pressure of the black dragon. The murderous aura here is too strong, and I'm afraid it'll harm your consciousness. We can't stay here for long." Liemo turned to Yun Ruoyan anxiously. However, Yun Ruoyan didn't seem to hear Liemo's voice. She stared blankly at the illusion below. Seeing that Yun Ruoyan was acting strangely, Liemo was just about to take her away when a black dragon roared and pounced at him. Accompanying the dragon's claw was a pressure that Liemo had never felt before. Liemo's divine sense was instantly shaken and dissipated in the lake. As soon as Liemo opened his eyes, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Sunimo, what happened?" the first elder asked anxiously. Based on Liemo's cultivation, even if he had been subjected to heavenly punishment, he wouldn't have spat out such a large mouthful of blood. What a powerful killing intent! Liemo struggled to regain his composure as he looked at the first elder. "There's a demonic dragon tomb beneath the lake." Liemo looked worriedly at Yun Ruoyan by his side. Her eyes were still tightly shut, and her face was expressionless. "The killing intent in that tomb is very repulsive to me, but it's very attractive to Yen. Liemo reached out to wake Yun Ruoyan up, but the first elder hurriedly stopped him. "Wait. Her divine sense is trapped, and I'm afraid it'll harm her if we force it back. Moreover, according to what you've said, Yun Ruoyan shouldn't be harmed. Let's see what they're up to first." Within the demonic dragon tomb. The demonic dragon's desolate voice continued. 1,000 years ago, the demonic dragon clan suffered a great calamity. Everyone in the clan died, leaving behind only a single bloodline. We've been lying dormant here for 1,000 years, waiting for this bloodline to arrive and revive the demonic dragon clan. You mean to say that I'm a descendant of the demonic dragon clan? Yun Ruoyan couldn't believe it. You must be mistaken. I'm a member of the Yun family, and the blood of the Yun family flows through my veins. I can't possibly be related to the demonic dragon clan. Child, you must believe me, the desolate voice continued. The dragon ring recognizes its owner, and there's no mistaking it. You're a descendant of the demonic dragon clan. You're responsible for reviving the dragon clan. Without any proof, I can't believe your one-sided story. Yun Ruoyan really couldn't accept this new identity. Since you say that the ring on my finger belongs to you, please take it back. The demonic dragon continued to roil in the sea of flames, but it didn't respond. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to lose her patience, the demonic dragon finally spoke again. I can temporarily take back the dragon ring, and I won't force you to accept your identity right now. But if you don't believe me, you can investigate the matter yourself. There will always be some clues that can prove your identity. When you've confirmed your identity, come back to me. Before confirming your identity, you must keep it a secret, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. And that kid beside you just now, stay away from him. I can sense the foreign bloodline in his veins, and those who aren't of our clan are bound to have a different heart. Remember, remember. Yun Ruoyan slowly opened her eyes, and Li Mo's concerned face appeared in front of her. Yen, are you all right? Li Mo frowned, his worry clear in his eyes. I'm fine. Yun Ruoyan shook her head. Her gaze landed on her right hand, where the ring had disappeared without her realizing it. Just before you woke up, the ring suddenly disappeared, Li Mo began. Yen, what did you see in the demonic dragon's grotto? Yun Ruoyan looked at Li Mo and opened her mouth to tell him everything, but the demonic dragon's voice suddenly rang out by her ear. You mustn't reveal your identity, or you'll be killed. Those who aren't of our clan are bound to have a different heart. Remember this, remember this. After thinking for a while, she changed her words and said, the one ring was taken away. They asked me where I got the one ring. I told them the truth that I got it from the royal territory, and they let me go. Is that all? The great elder asked in confusion. He clearly didn't believe it. Yes, that's all. Yun Ruoyan leaned weakly against Li Mo's shoulder. Li Mo caressed Yun Ruoyan's cheek, his heart aching for her. It's fine now. All that matters is that the ring is gone. Master, if that's the case, I'll take Yen, to rest. Before the first elder could respond, Li Mo carried Yun Ruoyan and left. As the first elder watched Li Mo's back, an almost imperceptible glint flashed across his eyes. Li Mo gently placed Yun Ruoyan on a wooden bed behind the curtains and covered her with a blanket. Li Mo, don't go. Yun Ruoyan grabbed his hand. Sleep, I won't leave. Li Mo patted Yun Ruoyan's shoulder and lay down by her side. Only then did Yun Ruoyan close her eyes, and she quickly fell asleep. Yen, Yen, A voice called out to her in her dreams. That voice was very familiar. It was her mother. Mother, mother, where are you? Yun Ruoyan chased after the voice until she reached a garden filled with peach blossoms. Yen, come here, come to mother. Lin Yuamei's voice grew closer and closer, and Yun Ruoyan ran in the direction of the voice. Halfway through, she tripped and climbed back up. Finally, under a large peach tree, Yun Ruoyan saw Lin Yuamei. Mother, Yen found you. Yen found you. Yun Ruoyan ran toward Lin Yuamei happily. But after taking 2 steps, Yun Ruoyan suddenly realized that there was a man sitting by Lin Yuamei's side. That man had his back to Yun Ruoyan, and his back was straight. He was dressed in a silver-white robe, and his ink-black hair flowed down his back. Although she couldn't see his face, Yun Ruoyan could sense that he was an extraordinary man. Mother, who is he? Yun Ruoyan turned to her mother. Come. Lin Yuamei beckoned to Yun Ruoyan. Greet your father. What? Yun Ruoyan was stunned. He's my father. Although she could only see his back, Yun Ruoyan was certain that this man wasn't her father. Mother, you must be mistaken. My father is the head of the Yun family, Yun Lan. Silly child, you're my own flesh and blood, so how could I be mistaken? Come, let me see you. Lin Yuamei continued to smile and beckoned to Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan walked over, confused. Just then, the man slowly turned around. What appeared in front of Yun Ruoyan was a face so blurry that she couldn't make out its features. As Yun Ruoyan walked closer, she tried to get a better look at the man's face. Suddenly, the man's face began to change. Black dragon scales protruded and covered the man's entire face, and 2 black dragon horns sprouted from both sides of his head. Just as Yun Ruoyan was reeling in shock, the man suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of crimson light shot out of them. At the same time, a voice came out of his mouth. Yen, I'm your father. Ah! Yun Ruoyan screamed, waking up from her dream. Her forehead was damp with sweat. She looked to her side, but Liemo was no longer there, and she could hear voices coming from outside. Yun Ruoyan calmed her wildly beating heart and got off the bed. Your Highness, Madam wants me to ask you when we're going to act. It was an unfamiliar man's voice, and his tone was respectful. Go back and report to Madam that there's been a change in the situation. I'm afraid we'll have to delay it, Liemo replied. Madam. Who was Madam? Was Liemo a married man? Yun Ruoyan didn't walk out of the room. Instead, she listened quietly. Your Highness, Madam wants me to pass on a message. What did my mother say? She said that Your Highness mustn't forget the death of the Beast King, as well as the blood of the 100,000 Beastkin soldiers who sacrificed their lives. In the face of the nation's vengeance, all personal relationships are insignificant. After a short silence, Liemo continued coolly, Go back and tell my mother that I've never forgotten what I shouldn't have. Everything I'm doing now is to achieve my final goal. Yes, Your Highness, I'll take my leave. Only when the voice disappeared did Yun Ruoyan slowly lean against the wooden screen, the cold sweat that had already dried up on her forehead once more. A gust of cold wind blew, and Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but shiver. She could faintly hear footsteps outside her room, and she hurriedly lay back down on the bed, pretending to be half asleep. Chapter 219. Seeing that Yun Ruoyan still hadn't woken up, Liemo sat down by her side and tucked her exposed arm under the blanket. Yun Ruoyan slowly opened her eyes and looked at Liemo with a confused gaze. You're awake. Are you hungry? Why are you looking at me like that? Yun Ruoyan rubbed her eyes, and her vision cleared up. Propping herself up, she sat up. I had a dream, and when I woke up, I thought I heard you talking to someone and calling for your mother. Yun Ruoyan frowned and put on a confused expression. Did I sleep too much? Is it morning already? You must be in a daze, Liemo smiled. Do you know how long you've slept? How long? Yun Ruoyan frowned at Liemo. You slept for 5 days and 5 nights, Liemo replied. The first elders said that you used up too much of your energy, and that's why you fell into a deep slumber. How are you feeling now? I slept for 5 days and 5 nights. Yun Ruoyan felt as though she had just had a dream, and that she hadn't slept that long. I have to go back and tell grandfather and the others. They must be very worried about me. Yun Ruoyan got off the bed. Seeing her anxiety, Liemo pulled her back. I've already sent word to the Lins and the Yuns, telling them that I've brought you back to Kongming Academy. You should rest here for a few more days. Although you're my student, you'll still have to report to the academy. Yun Ruoyan sat back down on the bed. Liemo went outside and brought in a bowl of porridge. An outer disciple just delivered this lotus porridge. Have some. Liemo blew on the porridge before feeding it to Yun Ruoyan, who obediently drank a few mouthfuls. I had a very strange dream. What dream? Liemo brought the porridge to Yun Ruoyan's lips once more, but she shook her head. I dreamed of my mother, and she brought me to see a very strange person. Strange? Yes, a person with no facial features. Yun Ruoyan's frown deepened, and her expression became pained. It's just a dream. Don't worry too much about it. Liemo smoothed Yun Ruoyan's brows. Liamo, you told me that your mother was kidnapped by your enemies when you were very young. Do you still remember what she looked like? Yes, it was beautiful. Liamo's face lit up with yearning. More beautiful than the mountains, the sun, and the moon. Yun Ruoyan lowered her head, and her voice grew softer. You must look like your mother. Do you miss her? Yes. No matter what price I have to pay, I'll definitely save my mother from her enemies. Yun Ruoyan rested her chin on her knees and hugged her thighs. Liamo was familiar with this posture of hers. When she felt insecure, she would adopt this posture to protect herself. Liamo reached out and pulled her into his embrace. That's just a dream. Don't think about it anymore. Liamo thought that Yun Ruoyan was in a bad mood because of her dream, but he didn't know what she was really thinking. I'm tired, and I'd like to lie down a little longer. Yun Ruoyan lay down. I'll be cultivating outside. Call me if you need anything. Liamo patted Yun Ruoyan's shoulder, then stood up and walked out of the room. Yun Ruoyan rested in the tower for another day. The first elder came to see her and said that she was fine. Yun Ruoyan requested to return to her own room. Starting tomorrow, the new students would be arriving one by one, and it wouldn't be convenient for her to stay here. Liamo sent her back to her cottage by the cliff. Make sure to rest well before the start of the new semester. You can stop cultivating for a while, Liamo instructed. You're already a peak 7th rank blade master, and you're one of the stronger ones among the new students. Once you've recovered, I'll teach you some new techniques. All right. Yun Ruoyan nodded. I'll have to leave for a few days, though. All right, Yun Ruoyan replied. Liamo was worried that Yun Ruoyan was so energetic. Why don't I keep you company for another 2 days? There's no need. Afraid that Liamo would see through her thoughts, Yun Ruoyan hurriedly added, come back soon. After Liamo left, Yun Ruoyan leaned against the windowsill and stared at the sea of clouds, her mind full of thoughts. Liamo had certainly lied to her, and she was naturally a little hurt. However, she had also lied to him. Yun Ruoyan didn't think that she had any right to blame Liamo for this. However, she remembered that she had once discussed secrets with Liamo, and both of them had agreed that there were some secrets that shouldn't be revealed to outsiders. But when she thought back to the night they'd shared their sincerity with each other, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a little sad. As long as the two of us love each other, it shouldn't matter even if we have some secrets. After all, lying is sometimes a form of protection, Yun Ruoyan muttered to herself. Liamo flew across the Kongming Mountains and toward the Yueli Mountains. By evening, he landed in a secluded valley in the Yueli Mountains. In the middle of the valley stood a tall building. If it were in perfect condition, it would have been majestic and exquisite, but the building in front of Liamo was in a dilapidated state. As Liamo walked into the building, he noticed that most of the decorations in the building's main hall had been destroyed. Even so, the broken stone pillars and the jade-like floor were evidence of its former glory. Your Highness. At this moment, a black-robed man walked out from the corner of the hall. His face was hidden in a hood. Su Nan, Liamo greeted. The Empress knew that you were coming, so she had me wait for you here. Su Nan removed his hood, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Su Nan led Liamo into a dark alley around the corner. It was dark, damp, and devoid of any light, but since both of them could see in the dark, it wasn't a problem. How are the arrangements for the beastkin? Liamo asked. Very well, Your Highness. The herbs that Li Luo sent over have been a great help, Su Nan replied. According to the Empress's orders, Su Bei, Su Dong, and I have carved out a small valley nearby and placed all the beastkin we've saved over the years there. The two of them soon arrived at the end of the secret passage, which was blocked by a stone door. Su Nan knocked 3 times on the stone door and said, "Your Highness, His Highness is here." As soon as Su Nan's voice fell, the stone door slowly opened. Su Nan waited respectfully by its side as Liemo strode in. This was a very spacious chamber. The chamber was filled with all kinds of glowing demonic beast cores as well as all kinds of spirit grasses. Any cultivator who walked into this place would be blinded. Any one of those demonic beasts' inner cores was top grade, and any one of those spirit herbs was priceless. Liemo walked respectfully among the treasures. Not far in front of him stood a snow-white woman. "Your son pays his respects, mother." Liemo walked up to the woman and bowed respectfully. There's no need to be so polite." The woman's voice was like the collision of ice and stone. Although it was pleasant to the ear, it sent a chill down one's spine. Liemo straightened his back and looked at his mother, the Empress of the Beastkin Kingdom. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face, but it was also a lifeless face. More accurately, the Empress's entire body was lifeless. The only thing standing there was a white jade statue. "Did you come to see me this time because you have a new plan?" The Empress' voice came from the jade statue. "I wanted to use this opportunity to lure those old fellows out," Liemo replied. "But, although I've learned the third elder's spirit-locking palm, I'm not confident in defeating them, so I'm worried that I'll alert them and ruin the plan." Liemo extended a hand, his fingers forming a claw, and a white vortex formed in his palm. This was the spirit-locking vortex of the spirit-locking palm. Once the vortex was injected into an opponent's body, it would travel along the person's meridians and enter the person's sea of chi, causing damage to it. In the worst-case scenario, the person's sea of chi would collapse, and they would lose their cultivation. In the best-case scenario, they wouldn't be able to use spiritual energy for a certain period of time. The spirit-locking palm is indeed powerful, but your cultivation isn't yet at the level of a sword saint, so you won't be able to unleash its full potential. The elders of the Silver Dragon clan are all at the level of a third-rank sword saint. You're definitely no match for them. The Empress's voice grew stern, clearly dissatisfied with Liemo's impulsive behavior. "I'm being too impatient," Liemo replied. "It's just that your consciousness is growing weaker and weaker, and I want to reclaim your body as soon as possible." The jade statue sighed, and the Empress's thoughts drifted back to more than 10 years ago. Those memories seemed as distant as a lifetime ago, but also as if they'd happened only yesterday. The Empress's name was Xuetong, a holy maiden of the Silver Dragon clan. Many years ago, she'd stumbled upon the Qinyuan continent and met the Beast King, Sun Tianli. The two of them fell in love, but the Silver Dragon clan valued the purity of their bloodline and forbade marriage between members of their clan and outsiders. As a result, the two of them were hunted down and hunted down. Even after the two of them went into seclusion in the mountains, they still weren't able to escape the pursuit of the Silver Dragon clan's elders. Sun Tianli battled the fourth elder, and in the end, perished along with the third elder. After Xuetong was injured, her primordial spirit left her body and hid in the jade statue that Sun Tianli had carved for her, but her body was taken away by the elders. "I've already been trapped here for more than 10 years. With the nourishment of these spiritual herbs, I should be able to hold on for another 10 years, the Empress said. "You have to be careful at every step. Don't be rash and put yourself in danger." "I understand." Liemo hesitated for a moment, then said, "I discovered a demonic dragon tomb in the trial grounds of Kongming Academy." "A demonic dragon tomb?" Empress Xuetong was shocked. The demonic dragons were exterminated by the combined efforts of the humans and the silver dragons 1,000 years ago. I've read in ancient records that their corpses were all incinerated, but I didn't expect to find a tomb on the Qinyuan continent. Not only is there a tomb, but their dragon souls also exist, Liemo added. Their dragon souls exist. Empress Shuetong was even more shocked. Is there anyone else who knows about this? Chapter 220. Other than me, only Master and Miss Yun know about it, Liemo replied. Miss Yun. How did she know about this? Empress Shuetong asked. She discovered it by accident while hunting a magical beast during the trial, Liemo replied. Qiuqiu told her about it. Liemo had reported to Empress Shuetong that Qiuqiu had become Yun Ruoyan's contracted beast. Both of you must keep this secret. Empress Shuetong said. Shuetong had once been the holy maiden of the Silver Dragon clan, but the murder of her husband had left her with nothing but hatred for the Silver Dragons. For now, it seemed almost impossible for her to deal with the Silver Dragons. She had thought that she would have to bide her time and bide her time. Even then, she wasn't confident that she could exact her revenge. However, Liemo's news gave her hope. Even if a dragon were to perish, as long as the dragon's soul remained, there would be hope of resurrection. The demonic dragons and silver dragons were sworn enemies. If the demonic dragons could really be resurrected, then the silver dragons would be the first to be dealt with. If they could form an alliance with the demonic dragons, they would surely be able to exact their revenge. Liemo finally understood his mother's intentions. Yen naturally won't tell anyone about this, but Master has always believed that the demonic dragons are evil. He's already prepared to convene a meeting of the elders to discuss how to deal with the demonic dragon tomb. Absolutely not, Empress Shuetong warned. If word of this gets out and alarms the silver dragon spies on the Qinyuan continent, this demonic dragon tomb will cease to exist. You have to find a way to keep this a secret. Discovering the demonic dragon tomb was a big deal, and the first elder needed a good reason to keep it a secret. Empress Shuetong's consciousness had remained on the Qinyuan continent the entire time, so the first elder didn't know about it. It wouldn't be easy for the first elder to keep this a secret while concealing her true intentions. Liemo's face betrayed his awkwardness, but after a long while he nodded in agreement. No. Empress Shuetong was still worried. This matter is too important, and we can't afford to let anything slip. It looks like I'll have to speak to your master personally. Liemo looked at his mother in surprise. Her flawless face was devoid of any emotion, and even her voice was devoid of any emotion. Liemo couldn't help but think back to when he was 10, when he had been attacked by a ferocious beast while out hunting. At the critical moment, a black-robed man had appeared to save him. The black-robed man who saved him was the great general of the beast country, Su Nan. When Liemo woke up, he found himself lying in an underground chamber, and his mother was standing right in front of him. Mother, do you really wish to see Master? Liemo asked. All these years, Empress Shuetong had insisted that Liemo hide the fact that she had left a trace of her spiritual sense in the abyssal lake from the first elder. Now that she suddenly requested to see the first elder, Liemo couldn't help but be surprised. I hid it from your master because I suspect that he was the one who betrayed your father to the Silver Dragon Elder. Empress Shuetong said, but in the past 10 years, I haven't found any trace of his betrayal. In addition, he has done his best for you all these years, so I have no choice but to trust him. There was a faint sigh in Empress Shuetong's cold voice. After so many years, it's time for me to meet him. All right, I'll inform Master, Liemo said. No need, I'll have a shadow guard inform him, Empress Shuetong said. The demonic dragon tomb has reappeared, and the demonic dragon bloodline has appeared. Only someone with the bloodline can resurrect them. What you need to do now is to find out who this person is, then help her resurrect the entire demonic dragon clan. Just as Liemo was about to leave, Empress Shuetong called him back. Is that Miss Yun, the girl with the human furnace you mentioned before? Yes, Liamo replied respectfully. You like her very much. Why do you say so, mother? No one knows me better than I do. The Empress paused for a moment before continuing. Apart from the time you mentioned the human furnace to me, you've never mentioned her in front of me again. But as far as I know, she often appears by your side, and you're protecting her by not mentioning her. The Empress fell silent, waiting for Li Mo's reply. Mother, you're overthinking things. Li Mo's expression didn't change in the slightest. Her constitution is very important to my cultivation. Whether I'll be able to break through from peak 9th rank to peak Sword Saint will depend on her. That's all. That's all. Sun Mo. Empress Shuetong suddenly called out Li Mo's name, her tone cold and stern. Yes, mother. Li Mo bowed, his expression solemn. Do you still remember what mother said to you? Don't let your emotions get the better of you, and don't let your emotions get the better of you before you've taken your revenge. Li Mo paused for a moment before replying honestly, Mother, I've always remembered your teachings. Before I've taken my revenge, I'll put my emotions at the back of my mind. His indifferent words were filled with certainty. Queen Shuetong then softened her tone and sighed slightly. Love is the most exhausting thing. I don't want you to spend your energy on this before you take your revenge. All right, you can go now. Liamo bowed respectfully, then turned to leave. At the stone door, Liamo couldn't help but look at the Empress's sculpture once more. The gentle and beautiful woman in his memory now only had a wisp of divine sense trapped in the ice-cold statue. Empress Shuetong's temperament has changed over the years. She's become stricter toward your highness, but her love for you has never changed. Su Nan's voice rang out by Li Mo's ear. Please don't take it to heart, your highness. Empress Shuetong wasn't just strict toward Li Mo. Although she was trapped in the sculpture, she kept all of her subordinates in check. Zhuo Feng has already entered the Southern College, and Zhuo Lin is currently studying medicine with Lin Zainin. Both siblings are doing well. Liamo calmly changed the subject. Although Su Nan hadn't asked a single question about the Zhuo siblings, Liamo knew that he cared deeply for them. An imperceptible smile appeared on Su Nan's resolute face, but it disappeared in a flash. He said in a low voice, Thank you, your highness. Liamo nodded, turned, and left on his sword. The next morning, Yun Ruoyan was cultivating in her room when she heard footsteps approaching. From the sound of it, there was more than one person approaching. Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes and got off her bed to open the door. As soon as she did, Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue appeared in front of her. When did you get here? Yun Ruoyan looked at her two sisters in surprise. We just arrived. Sister Ruoyan, are you all right? Lin Qingxue held on to Yun Ruoyan's hand and examined her from head to toe. As she did so, she murmured, I heard that Whitey injured you. Are you hurt anywhere? Lin Qingxue hadn't been present when Yun Ruoyan had been invaded by demonic energy. She had only heard from Zhuolin afterward that Yun Ruoyan had been injured by Whitey because Zhuolin's cultivation was too low. No, I'm fine. Yun Ruoyan smiled. Lin Qingchen walked over and tugged on Yun Ruoyan's other sleeve. Sister Ruoyan, what happened that day? When Lin Qingchen saw Yun Ruoyan's bloodshot eyes, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Yun Ruoyan didn't intend to tell them about what had happened in the demonic dragon tomb. She sighed. I overestimated myself and tried to use the serpent ring to control Whitey, but the demonic energy invaded my body instead. Fortunately, I'm fine now. Liamo has already helped me purge the demonic energy from my body. Yun Ruoyan pulled her sisters into the room, but Zhuo Feng stood by the door, unmoving. Zhuo Feng, come in too. Yun Ruoyan called out to him. Ever since Shui Fang had worked as a servant and guard, he had developed a habit of not entering his master's quarters. When he heard Yun Ruoyan call out to him, he couldn't help but pause. "Brother Zhua, come in." Lin Qingxue let go of Yun Ruoyan's arm and turned to pull Shui Fang into the room. "Brother Zhua, look at the scenery here, especially the sea of clouds outside the window." Lin Qingxue pulled Shui Fang around the small room, looking at all the windows, even the one in the ear chamber. "How's Whitey?" Yun Ruoyan asked Lin Qingchen. "Strangely enough, after the slaughtering king took you away, Whitey returned to normal," Lin Qingchen replied. Yun Ruoyan was even more certain that Whitey had been affected by the demonic ring. Lin Qingchen's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan's hand. "Sister Ruoyan, where's the serpent ring?" "It was destroyed when Liemo was trying to exorcise the demonic energy from me," Yun Ruoyan replied perfunctorily. "I have something to say to the two of you," Shui Feng suddenly said as he walked out of the ear chamber. "Brother Zhua, what do you have to say?" Lin Qingxue looked at Shui Feng curiously. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingxue also looked at Shui Feng. Shui Feng's gaze swept across Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingxue before landing on Yun Ruoyan. "I've decided to leave the Southern College and switch to the Central College." "What?" Both Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen exclaimed at the same time. "Brother Zhua, the Central College is publicly known as a useless college. Why would you want to go there?" Lin Qingxue hurriedly asked. "That's right, Brother Zhua. We're here to learn our skills, so don't be rash." Yun Ruoyan wasn't as surprised as the Lin sisters. Shui Feng had a grudge against Liemo, and given his personality, it was only natural that he would change colleges after learning that Liemo was an instructor of the Southern College. Yun Ruoyan thought for a moment. Liemo isn't the only instructor in the Southern College. Even if you want to seek revenge on him, you'll have to learn your skills first. Moreover, given Liemo's personality, he won't make things difficult for you. "I'm not worried that he'll make things difficult for me," Shui Feng replied. "He's such a lofty figure that he wouldn't care about a mere student like me. It's just that Liemo and I are enemies, and I don't want to be known as a murderous teacher. I've already made up my mind, so don't try to persuade me otherwise." "In that case, I'll change colleges with you," Lin Qingxue said anxiously. "What are you saying?" Lin Qingxue tugged at her sister's sleeve. I. Lin Qingxue glanced at Lin Qingchen and Yun Ruoyan, but she couldn't bear to part with her sisters. Chapter 221. "Qingxue, don't be stubborn." Shui Feng turned to Lin Qingxue. "I've made up my mind. I'm going to find the first and sixth elders now." Shui Feng walked out of the room. "Brother Zhua." Lin Qingxue hurriedly followed him. "Qingxue." Lin Qingchen was afraid that Lin Qingxue would really follow Shui Feng to another academy, but Yun Ruoyan stopped her. "Let her go, or she won't give up." Yun Ruoyan looked at Lin Qingchen's anxious expression. "Don't worry, Shui Feng won't let Qingxue follow him to another academy." Yun Ruoyan watched the two of them disappear into the alley and sighed. Once Shui Feng had made a decision, no one would be able to change his mind. That day, when she had chosen to enter the Southern College, everyone's eyes had been on her, and she had been too preoccupied to care about anything else. For a moment, she had forgotten about the grudge between Shui Feng and Liemo. When she thought about it later, she had even been gratified that Shui Feng had chosen the Southern College. She hadn't expected that Shui Feng would change his mind after a single holiday. Perhaps something else had happened to him. On the small path in the courtyard, Lin Qingxue jogged to catch up with Shui Feng. "Brother Zhua, can you not change academies? Isn't it better if we're all together?" Lin Qingxue asked as she followed Shui Feng. My family's extermination is irreconcilable, Zhuo Feng replied. I thought that I could accept Liu Mo as my instructor, but I overestimated my tolerance. But Brother Zhuo, Sister Ruoyan said that the Slaughtering King isn't the only instructor. You can learn from another instructor, and you don't have to change academies, do you? Lin Qingxue grabbed Zhuo Feng's sleeve, refusing to let him go. Zhuo Feng stopped and looked at Lin Qingxue helplessly. The Central College is the most remote part of Kongming Academy, and it's so far from the Southern College, Lin Qingxue protested. It won't be so easy for me to see you in the future, and you still haven't taught me how to shoot an arrow. I won't let you go. Qingxue, let go. Zhuo Feng was helpless at Lin Qingxue's insistence. I didn't have to tell you about my decision, but since we're friends, I felt that I should. Qingxue, if you still think of me as a friend, please respect my decision. Who wants to be your friend? In her panic, Lin Qingxue lost her temper. Brother Zhuo, haven't you noticed after all this time that I like you? I want to be with you all the time. Lin Qingxue's roar caused Zhuo Feng's eyes to widen. His already pitch-black eyes shone so brightly that no one dared to look him in the eye. Although Lin Qingxue's personality was cheerful, she still had the shyness of a little girl. Her round face immediately reddened as soon as she revealed the little secret she'd hidden in her heart. Although Zhuo Feng was surprised by Lin Qingxue's confession, he wasn't shocked. He wasn't an idiot, and everyone could tell that Lin Qingxue liked him. Even Lin Zainan had spoken to him about it. Lin Zainan had told Zhuo Feng that as long as he treated Lin Qingxue well, the Lin family wouldn't care about his family background. However, Zhuo Feng had politely refused. Lin Zainan had told Zhuo Feng that Lin Qingxue was an honest child, and that if she liked someone, she'd make up her mind. If that person didn't like her, then he shouldn't give her any hope. However, Zhuo Feng wasn't good at refusing. From then on, Zhuo Feng had distanced himself from Lin Qingxue, but Lin Qingxue didn't seem to notice his distancing at all. She was as passionate as ever, and this troubled Zhuo Feng for a long time. Zhuo Feng felt that he had to make things clear with Lin Qingxue today. Qingxue, I'm just a beastkin orphan. It's my honor to be friends with you, but I can't accept your love. Zhuo Feng looked at Lin Qingxue and said, I'm just a beastkin orphan. You're you, and I like you. I don't care if you're beastkin or anything else, you can't care about that when you like someone. Lin Qingxue hurriedly said. Qingxue, don't be silly. Zhuo Feng smiled bitterly. Not only am I a beastkin, but I also have a blood feud with someone like me. I don't deserve to be loved. My heart is dead, and I won't fall in love with anyone. I'll never live up to your love, so let go. Brother Zhuo, but I like you. Lin Qingxue's eyes were brimming with tears. You're a good girl. Zhuo Feng pried Lin Qingxue's fingers open one by one. You'll meet a man who's worthy of your love, but that man won't be me. He let go of Lin Qingxue's hand and walked away even faster. Brother Zhuo. Lin Qingxue cried at his back. Brother Zhuo, you're the only one I like. What does it matter to me if anyone else is good? Qingxue, what's wrong? Zhao Su, who had been taking a walk outside, heard Lin Qingxue's cries and hurried over to help her up when she saw her sitting on the ground. Zhao Su was accompanied by two other people, Zhao Su's older brother, Zhao Gang, and Zhao Su's good friend, the exotic young miss of the Li family, Li Furong. Sister, where did this little tabby cat come from? Why is she crying so early in the morning? Zhao Gang glanced at Lin Qingxue from the corner of his eye. None of your business. Lin Qingxue retorted as Zhao Su pulled her up, wiping away her tears. Wow, this little tabby cat is pretty fierce, Zhao Gang continued to mock. Brother Zhao, didn't you say you wanted us to show you around? Let's go. Li Furong tugged at Zhao Su, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Qingxue with undisguised disdain. What's there to see about this crybaby? Lin Qingxue was in a terrible mood, and Li Furong's disdainful glare only served to fuel her anger. What do you mean? Do you want to fight? Lin Qingxue rolled up her sleeves and took a step forward. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Li Furong didn't want to back down in the face of Lin Qingxue's provocation, so she stepped forward as well. Hey, don't fight, you two. Zhao Su wanted to step forward to mediate, but Zhao Gang held her back. It's just two kittens grinding their claws together, it's not a big deal. Let's just watch the show. Zhao Gang wasn't the only one who wanted to watch the show. As soon as Li Furong and Lin Qingxue got into position, 7 or 8 other students rushed over. Although it was still early in the morning, there were already quite a few male students in the female students' courtyard. Men were usually very curious about the female students' residences, and the female students' courtyards would only be closed to men at night. During the day, they weren't forbidden from visiting. As such, many young men had come early in the morning to check on their friends and family. Haven't these two fought enough in the training grounds? Why are they fighting again so early in the morning? More or less not enough. Who do you think is stronger between the two? I think they're about the same level of strength. Neither of them are experts, so there's really nothing to see, someone commented in disappointment. Just then, Miss Li drew her sword and thrust it at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue spun around and dodged the attack. Then, she pulled out the twin blade she carried with her and attacked Miss Li repeatedly. Miss Li hastily responded, but her defense was watertight. Both of them were 5th-rank blade masters, and they couldn't even release their spiritual energy. As a result, they were both fighting with brute force. Many of the spectators were experts, and most of them treated this kind of competition as nothing more than an ordinary spectacle. Although the two of them were about the same level of cultivation, Lin Qingxue was still slightly superior in terms of technique. As time went on, Miss Li began to show signs of losing. I didn't expect that little kitten to be so good at swordsmanship, Zhao Gang said to Zhao Su. Brother, don't let them fight anymore. What if they get hurt? School starts tomorrow, Zhao Su said anxiously. Don't worry. Zhao Gang, on the other hand, seemed eager to see the world in chaos. Since we're so bored, let's let them fight to relieve our boredom. As soon as Zhao Gang finished speaking, he saw Li Furong make a small movement as she parried. Zhao Gang narrowed his eyes. Before he could decide whether or not to make a move, a figure dashed out from the crowd. At the same time, a cold glint brushed past Li Furong's finger, hitting the fake mountain opposite her. It was a dagger that glinted with a cold light. Oh, my hand! Li Furong cried out as she looked at her finger. The tip of her middle finger was cut by the dagger, and blood kept flowing down. Yunruoyan, how dare you ambush me? Li Furong pinched her wound as she glared at Yunruoyan. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? The crowd's gazes turned from Lin Qingxue and Li Furong to Yunruoyan, who had suddenly appeared. Lin Qingchen was by Yunruoyan's side, and it looked like she really did have the advantage of numbers. Isn't that the Yunruoyan who was accepted as a disciple by the elder's first disciple? That's her. She's at least a 7th-rank blade master, and the treasure from the imperial territory is in her hands. She's Lin Qingxue's sister, and it looks like she's going to stand up for Lin Qingxue. Li Furong wasn't Lin Qingxue's match in the first place. Isn't this an unnecessary move? The crowd began to discuss Yunruoyan's sudden attack. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you. At most, I'll go to the first elder for justice. Li Furong straightened her back when she saw that the crowd was on her side. At Kongming Academy, if the disparity in strength was too great, it was forbidden to bully the other party in broad daylight. However, rules were made by humans, and naturally, they could be broken by humans. If the weaker party offended the stronger party, they could be cornered in a secluded area. This wasn't anything new at Kongming Academy. However, there weren't many people who dared to make a move like Yun Ruoyan did. Chapter 222. Even Lin Qingxue looked at Yun Ruoyan in confusion. She was clearly about to defeat Li Furong, and Yun Ruoyan didn't even need to do anything. Yun Ruoyan ignored the crowd's gazes and chatter. Instead, she walked straight up to the fake mountain and gently pulled out the dagger. Yun Ruoyan had used just enough force that only the tip of the dagger had pierced into the fake mountain. When Yun Ruoyan pulled out the dagger, those with sharp eyes could clearly see a small black spider impaled on the tip of the dagger. That's a black fog spider. It's highly venomous, someone immediately called out. Black fog spiders are unique to the Mo Kingdom, and they're extremely poisonous, someone else added. Ah, you're trying to harm me with a venomous spider. How despicable. Lin Qingxue immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although she didn't know what a black fog spider was, being bitten by a venomous spider was bound to have serious consequences. Li Furong had been on the verge of losing to Lin Qingxue, but because she was too competitive and didn't want to lose face, she had brought out the black fog spider. Not only had she failed to harm Lin Qingxue, but she had also been caught red-handed by Yun Ruoyan. Miss Li, is it really necessary to use such a vicious method on my sister over a small conflict? Yun Ruoyan asked coldly as she looked at the black spider impaled on the tip of the dagger. I don't know how it got out either, Li Furong argued. Perhaps it saw that I was in danger and wanted to protect its mistress. Li Furong's words caused the crowd to roar with laughter. Humph. Lin Qingchen pulled Lin Qingxue to her side. In that case, I'll also release venomous beasts on my body to bite you in the future, then say that it was trying to protect its mistress and that it wanted to bite you, and that it had nothing to do with me. Lin Qingchen's words caused the crowd to roar with laughter once more. You girls sure are frighteningly unreasonable when it comes to fighting, one of the male students laughed. Miss Li, in the future, please take care of your belongings. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a broken finger. Yun Ruoyan tossed the spider on the dagger to the ground and crushed it with her foot. Li Furong glared hatefully at Yun Ruoyan, then at Zhao Su and Zhao Gang. Both of their gazes landed on Yun Ruoyan, but neither of them seemed inclined to speak up for her. Li Furong had no choice but to squeeze out of the crowd and leave on her own amidst the laughter of the crowd. As Li Furong left pathetically, the onlookers also dispersed amidst laughter. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to leave with her two sisters, Zhao Su's voice came from behind. Miss Yun, wait a minute. Yun Ruoyan stopped and turned to look at the Zhao siblings behind her. Zhao Gang had suffered at Yun Ruoyan's hands before, so his gaze toward Yun Ruoyan wasn't friendly. His arms were crossed as he stood by his sister's side, looking down at Yun Ruoyan from above. Yun Ruoyan only glanced at Zhao Gang coolly. She chose to ignore anyone who ignored her. Miss Zhao, what can I do for you? Yun Ruoyan asked. In her mind, Zhao Su wasn't a bad person, but one couldn't judge a person's true nature. Yun Ruoyan was used to being cautious around anyone she hadn't interacted with. May I ask if you were the last person to see Zhao Ming? Zhao Su asked. Yun Ruoyan frowned. She hadn't expected that the accusation that Rong Yueshan had forcefully pinned on her would still be brought up. I'll say it one last time. I didn't kill Zhao Ming. Whether you believe me or not, this is my final explanation. Miss Yun, you've misunderstood. Seeing Yun Ruoyan's displeasure, Zhao Su hurriedly continued, although Zhao Ming and I are both from the Qin Kingdom, we're not from the same family. No matter how he died, we're in no position to avenge him. Although Zhao Su had once had a good impression of Zhao Ming, it hadn't developed. Instead, it had been strangled in the cradle with Zhao Ming's death. Naturally, Zhao Su wouldn't avenge Zhao Ming just because she had a good impression of him. Then what do you mean, Miss Yun? Yun Ruoyan was a little confused. Sister, why beat around the bush? Let me talk to her, Zhao Chang interjected. Zhao Gang took over the conversation and said that Zhao Ming borrowed my sister's fish core. My sister wants to ask if you've seen it. Yun Ruoyan recalled that she had indeed seen Zhao Ming holding a pearl in his mouth during their battle in the lake. However, after Zhao Ming had been killed by Rong Yueshan, he had sunk to the bottom of the lake, and when Zhuori Feng had fished him out, Yun Ruoyan hadn't found the pearl on his corpse. At the time, Yun Ruoyan hadn't paid much attention to such details, but now she did. I saw Zhao Ming being killed by Rong Yueshan at close range, so she must have taken the pearl with her, Yun Ruoyan said. Rong Yueshan was also dead, and her corpse must have been transported to the capital along with Yun Ruoyao's. It wouldn't be easy to find the pearl. Zhao Chang, however, didn't believe Yun Ruoyan's guess. You say that Miss Rong took my sister's pearl, but Miss Rong says that you took it. One of you must be lying, so who do you think I should believe? Zhao Gang's words surprised Yun Ruoyan. She frowned and asked, which Miss Rong are you referring to? How many Miss Rongs can there be in the capital? Isn't it that Miss Rong from the imperial uncle's manor? Zhao Chang glanced sideways at Yun Ruoyan. As soon as Zhao Chang said this, the Lin sisters were equally bewildered. Wasn't Rong Yueshan dead? Hadn't she died right in front of them? Why had she suddenly reappeared? Could it be that she hadn't died at all? Both of them turned to Yun Ruoyan in unison. Although Yun Ruoyan was bewildered, she didn't let it show on her face. She glanced at the Lin sisters for them to calm down, then turned to Zhao Chang. I didn't see her at the academy's allocation, so I thought she was. Yun Ruoyan paused for a moment before continuing, when and where did you see Rong Yueshan? Why don't you call her over so we can confront each other? That's a good idea. Zhao Chang was quite interested in Yun Ruoyan's suggestion. I saw her a few days ago when I was taking a stroll outside the Northern College. She was severely injured during the trial, but she's mostly recovered now, and the second elder has taken her in as a disciple. Although the academy was on vacation, a few students who were far away from home didn't return home. The Zhao siblings lived in the distant Imo kingdom, and a round trip would take more than half a month. As a result, the two of them had spent the past 15 days at Kongming Academy. She's actually still alive. Yun Ruoyan's heart sank. How lucky. Let's confront her right now. Do you dare? Zhao Chang looked at Yun Ruoyan provocatively. Miss Yun. Zhao Su, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The pearl is very important to me and my family. If you've taken it, please return it to me. I don't want to make a big deal out of this. I don't want to waste my breath arguing over this matter, Yun Ruoyan said. Let's go to the Northern College and confront Rong Yueshan. The five of them left the Northern College. In the past half a month, Zhao Chang had basically figured out everything about Kongming Academy, and he led Yun Ruoyan's group toward the Northern College. The gates of the Northern College, which had been closed for half a month, were now open. Quite a few outer disciples were cleaning the grounds, and the five of them walked in. Hey, who are you? Why do you look so unfamiliar? You must be new students, right? A slightly older man blocked their path with a broom in one hand. School hasn't started yet, so you can't just barge in. This man wore a gray robe, and was clearly an outer disciple. However, from his mannerisms, it was clear that he had been at Kongming Academy for a long time. Old foxes like him were easily bullied, and even some of the more timid formal disciples couldn't escape their wrath. Wang Gang replied disdainfully, "We're new students, but we're not from the Northern College." "Then what are you doing here?" "We're here to find Miss Rong Yuashan. There's something we'd like to ask her." Wang Gang was an elite of a large family in the Qin kingdom, and he could easily put on airs to intimidate others. Seeing that Wang Gang wasn't a pushover, the outer disciple restrained himself a little. "Wait here, I'll go inform Rong Yuashan." The group watched as the outer disciple ran to the back of the hall and waited quietly. Before long, the outer disciple ran back to inform Wang Meng that Miss Rong wasn't feeling well and was resting, and that Yun Ruoyan and Wang Meng would return another day.
The group had no choice but to return and wait for another opportunity. "Do you know why I was so sure that you had the pearl?" Wang Gang asked Yun Ruoyan on the way back. "No," Yun Ruoyan replied honestly. "Why?" "Now's not the time to tell you. You'll find out in the future," Wang Meng replied. In the back of Kongming Academy, Rong Yuashan was sitting cross-legged in a courtyard. After half a month of recuperation, her body was much better than before. Furthermore, with the second elder and Rong Tianhai's help, her cultivation had improved significantly. She was now a peak 7th rank blade master, and she was even on the verge of breaking through to the 8th rank. "I didn't expect you to be even more talented than your sister, Rong Yuehong," Rong Tianhai commented as soon as he saw Rong Yuashan open her eyes. "I have to thank Master for clearing my meridians," Rong Yuashan replied. Back in the imperial territory, Rong Yuashan had been severely injured by Yun Ruoyan and on the verge of death. The second elder had rescued her from a pile of corpses and used his domineering spiritual energy to heal her spiritual vortex. During the treatment process, Rong Yuashan's meridians, which weren't very smooth in the past, were smoothed out by the second elder's tyrannical spirit force. This directly caused Rong Yuashan's cultivation speed to be much faster than before, and her cultivation was progressing even faster. "Why didn't you meet those people outside when they came looking for you?" Rong Tianhai asked. He had seen Rong Yuashan use the excuse that she wasn't feeling well to send Yun Ruoyan and the others away. "You're not afraid of them, are you?" Rong Yuashan had been severely injured by Yun Ruoyan, so it wasn't impossible for her to be afraid of Yun Ruoyan. Rong Yuashan laughed coldly. Other than her father, there was no one else in the world that she would be afraid of. "Since they came looking for trouble, I naturally had to choose a place where I could be surrounded and slapped in the face," Rong Yuashan replied. "There aren't many people here right now, so I'll have to wait until the start of school tomorrow to teach her a lesson in front of everyone." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.